Commission meeting for Wednesday, November 12th, 2025. This meeting is being broadcast live by Westford Cable Access TV and recorded for playback online. By attending this meeting, you're consenting to your likeness and audio being broadcast and recorded for this purpose. So the first item on our agenda at 7 p.m. is open forum. Do any members of the commission have something for open forum? Matt?
Just that the commission's next meeting is December 10th with the November 24th being Thanksgiving Eve. There's no meeting. And the Community Preservation Commission's needs assessment meeting is December 2nd at a location that I'm not sure where.
We're looking to have it where the school department is.
Okay, so check the agenda as the dates get closer.
Do any members of the audience have something they'd like to bring up in open forum? Okay, moving on to our next 7 p.m. agenda item. It's a continuation of public hearing and issue order of conditions for the Town of Westford Public Works Department North Main Street culvert replacement.
So the draft special conditions that was included in the commission's meeting packet was provided to the applicant and their representative. They had only a couple minor tweaks to the language. One being in the fourth finding, including gas and water main relocation, as was shown on the plan. And then in the third finding, the first finding of the third finding, the box culvert meets the stream crossing standards to the maximum extent practicable. There's one of the criteria that they're not meeting fully. Defer to the commission if there's any other questions or tweaks to the language.
Real quick one, Matt.
Yep.
Number 36, first line is the typo on the word replacement.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, thanks.
Since you were changing things anyway.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
And
And then also the second part of this second part of the third finding to be revised to read that the existing head walls of the inlet and outlet are in poor condition. It's a little ambiguous presently. And then the sixth finding, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The last clause, and constructed so as not to hinder.
so if there are no other changes, can I have a motion to issue the order of conditions as amended?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So moving on to our other 7 p.m. agenda item, it's a continuation of public hearing and issue order of conditions for Zom Living LLC, 37 Powers Road.
Yes, good evening, Brian Goodrow with Hancock Associates. So I believe there were two items on the draft order that were remaining. One was a finding, the language within the findings for a reference to town water being used for potable. And then the last item was in relation to the on-site irrigation well. We had conversations among the applicant and the team about how we could handle that efficiently and hopefully address the commission's concern or potential concern. And the applicant has agreed to not irrigate within jurisdictional area. And that's draft condition 65, 68.
No,
No.
it is
75. 75. And Matt and I had spoke about that earlier in the week.
Any other comments or changes on the order? I did have one, going back to the first finding on the bottom of page 10A, where we added that the on-site well would be
Bottom of page what?
10A.
The first page.
Yeah.
Yeah. That the landscaping outside the jurisdictional wetland buffer would be irrigated with an on-site private well. And to me, this kind of left open or left unstated that town water would not be used to irrigate in the jurisdictional buffer. So my suggestion to Matt was to amend the last sentence by adding for potable use only after served by town water.
Okay.
And no issues. The planning board decision actually prohibits using town water for irrigation. So
Okay.
it's,
So we're in agreement.
yes.
Okay. Did you have anything else?
Nope, that was
Okay, so can I
So
have,
where will non-potable water be used? It'll be used to irrigate, but outside of the 100-foot jurisdictional area. So you're still going to use PFAS contaminated water to
So correction.
irrigate outside of the 100-foot buffer?
There is no documented evidence.
Not to that,
it
but
has-
last time we were discussing what we were going to use to, monitor for PFAS in groundwater. And now the determination's being made that, well, we're not going to irrigate within 100 feet of, within the resource area, within 100 feet. And to me, that seems as a way to get out of that requirement to do the monitoring. And we know that the groundwater adjacent to this property is contaminated. So aren't we still drawing it on into this property? And aren't we still going to be, using non-potable water that may potentially be contaminated on this site and exposing people to it?
is there any water monitoring being implemented by the Board of Health on this private well?
not that I know.
Okay.
So we know that issue exists,
Okay,
and nobody's addressing it. So are we just supposed to turn a blind eye to it until there's an issue?
do we have any jurisdiction when stuff is outside of the buffer zone?
We do if we think that it potentially could impact areas of the buffer zone. Typically, that's due to like erosion control and stuff like that. But, let's say they're, are they disposing of any of the clippings or anything like that within the buffer zone that are coming from, I'm just,
I'm pretty sure there's a special condition that limits
that's not
that.
supposed to happen, but, in practice, we've seen things happen. And I just don't understand why anybody doesn't think that it's an issue when we dealt with a site that it was contaminated to the point we were telling them how they could do the drilling because we didn't want them to spread contamination. Here we are right next door proposing to put 500 plus units in, and it's not a concern to anybody.
What was the prior issue that you were talking about?
PFAS contamination in groundwater on the site next door to this one.
Which site?
Isn't that Ideal Concrete?
Ideal block?
Ideal Block, yeah.
So does it,
Again, I raised the
Yeah.
issue last week and we were gonna have testing, and now we have an order of conditions that requires no testing because we found a way to get around it.
So do you have something that you would like to
I
amend?
was expecting to see somebody come up with something, I was expecting to be using or doing irrigation with non-potable because that's what we had discussed. And because of that, the issue was raised, and there was going to be some sort of decision as to what was going to be the appropriate frequency and the test. And this is what we have now, which seems to skirt the issue.
So are you asking that we require the applicant to do well testing?
Well, you're asking me if we have jurisdiction outside of the 100, and I'm saying, you know, depending on what activities is occurring, maybe yes, maybe no. If water is ultimately draining to areas within the resource area that are non-potable and may be potentially contaminated, then yeah, then it's potentially impacting areas within 100 foot of the resource.
So do you have a specific request to go back to the applicant? Or do you want to make a motion to get a sense of what the, a sense of the commission's position?
Well, I think at our last meeting, we had discussed some sort of testing, so I thought that perhaps we were going to see that, and we see something different. So if you want to get a feel from the other commission members whether or not they think some sort of testing is warranted, I feel it is.
Good question. So the Board of Health does not require testing because it's not possible?
They do not require testing for concentrations of PFAS in their, when a well is drilled.
Regardless of what the water is going to be, in the well is going to be used for?
To the best of my understanding, yes.
So right now, there's no plan for testing?
Would you do that once a year? That's something that you want?
Does it change over time?
Depending on, you know, I don't know, I don't think that the PFAS contamination at our deal block would have been adequately characterized. I don't think there's been any characterization other than knowing that it's present.
You want to say no irrigation and landscaping irrigation unless there's testing? And what standards you're going to say it has to meet?
Well, the standard I thought was going to be determined between last meeting and this meeting, and that we were going to see it. And that didn't
The only
happen.
standards I've heard or seen is the ones that the water department puts out that are state mandated for drinking. Right? And that's all I've seen. I don't know of any landscape, any irrigation standards.
So non-potable use standards is what you're saying?
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, you're not aware of any standards for non-potable
Right,
use?
only for drinking water.
Okay.
That's all I've
But I
seen.
know that they worry about bioaccumulation of
Sure,
PFAS in solids and other materials because they have difficulty in finding places to put them.
Would once a year be?
So, you know, while there may not be something for groundwater, if they're using it for irrigation and it bioaccumulates in materials and then, you know, they take them off site, you know, it's still a point of generation.
So you started out by
Oh, yeah,
asking,
to check.
do you want to say no landscaping, landscape irrigation would be well? Unless there's testing?
Unless there's some sort of,
And if there's going to be testing, we'll have to set the standard, because
well, no, I was expecting somebody come back and say, okay, this is what's, you
Mass
know.
DP has a standard for non-potable water.
I'm not qualified to set a standard for
Well, I'm not qualified to set the standard either,
irrigation
but
water.
I know that they've got to exist.
Mass DP has a standard for non-potable water,
Okay,
so I think we should look it up.
so I guess what you're saying is,
There's an EPA method, 1633, whatever that means.
so what we're.
It's just a method number.
Okay, so what you're saying, okay, so,
Yeah,
Eric,
if they were going to use non-potable water for irrigation on the site, I would want to see some sort of testing.
and are you leaving it up to them to define what they're willing to do?
Well,
or-
I just, you know, Noel's
Well, in
saying there's an
terms of-
EPA method for, you know, so maybe we say that, and if they come back, and if they want to choose something different, then they choose, you know, they come back to us and they say, we think this is a better method and this is why.
What does the EPA method,
You can pull it up, man.
does it,
Is that once a year?
yeah, does it set a frequency?
No, it says a 20 PPT, so.
Parts per trillion.
Yeah. And it's got the 46 specific PFAs. And has references 40 PFA and lights. And there's just a summary, so there's not the detailed.
So,
We should make some kind of an attempt.
so, and I guess if they, if we require them to start the testing, and then if at some point the test results exceed the standard, what do we then,
Just tell them that it can't be using it for, water to irrigate.
okay,
Because water finds the lowest point, right? If it's, it could come into the 100 feet.
or just if it gets absorbed by the plants or the vegetation. So I think this is something that, Brian, you would want to talk to your client about, correct?
Absolutely, and I would also suggest that town council weigh in on whether or not the commission has jurisdiction to require that for areas outside of the buffer.
Okay, Matt, does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, if the commission,
Yeah, okay, yes.
So
So,
at least we will have done due diligence.
so can somebody make a motion so that we have the clear language for Matt to take to town council and for Brian to take to his
Correct.
client?
Please.
Okay,
Did we make the motion that they do the testing of the non-potable water on an annual basis and test for PFAS using the EPA method?
Mass DEP, yeah.
Was it an EPA method or Mass DEP
It was
method?
Mass DEP.
Okay. And the method number was what, 16?
It says 1633.
so then this would also be a condition in perpetuity?
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a motion, can I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Okay.
so we will continue the public hearing till December 10th. Can I have a motion to continue the public hearing to December 10th? All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on to our 7:05 PM agenda item, it's a continuation of public hearing for 6 Olive Road.
Just get cold in here and then
It's you again.
My name's Paul Kirk, I'm from Safety Engineering.
whatever. Just gotta breathe.
I'm here, you saw Dan last time. So if you're ready.
Yep.
We're ready.
So since the last time that the commission reviewed this project, there has been a good deal of progress made with the Board of Health. A test pit was conducted at the property to verify the groundwater level. Buoyancy calculations have been added to the plan. The a second look was taken at the existing well, and the existing septic system and well on the adjacent property were located. So as such, the tight tank is now proposed in front of the.
Red one in the
Thank
middle.
you. Thank you. I was warned not to shine this in any of your eyes, but the tight tank is now proposed in front of the dwelling, whereas previously it was over in this area. That is in order to provide 50 feet to the well on the neighboring property. Additionally, a new well is now proposed, sort of to the back corner of the proposed house. And, that drilling a new well provides greater flexibility to, we are actually able to provide 50 feet to the tight tank. Whereas with the old well location, this was the best middle ground. Now this location in the front is more favorable. The existing system was inspected, or at least it was. They attempted to inspect it. The existing building sewer comes out of the existing structure somewhere in this area, and then it appears that the existing cesspool is underneath this structure. So they couldn't actually complete the inspection, but since all
you've got is, where the pipe leaves the building, but you have no idea.
exactly, and it's because the building's on
That's
top
not good enough,
of
because
it.
Title V, you have to fill it in abandoned systems. And I
Yep.
think you'd also want to fill in properly the abandoned outhouse.
Yep. So it is under one of these structures here. It was
Well,
impossible.
Maybe, you don't know, right? What evidence do you have that it is?
What evidence do we have that it is?
It is,
That they
yes.
couldn't access it.
Correct.
So they sent a camera down the pipe. They traced it out, and then it went under the building. So there's.
So the device that they went out,
Mhm.
it went as far as it could go, and at that point you knew it was under the
Yeah.
building.
Under which building?
They believe that it's underneath this structure right here.
Is
So,
that good enough?
So,
so regardless of where the system is, it will need to be abandoned in accordance with Title V. If it is underneath this structure, as the inspector believes, we can't locate it because it's hidden. But ultimately, this structure will be coming out, and that system will need to be properly decommissioned per state and local rules.
so if you find contamination in the soil in that location when you're going to decommission it, any contaminated material would be removed? If you found a worst case, you wouldn't just leave what's there?
They'll decommission it per Title V, so they'll
Okay.
pump it out,
There's a note in
fill
the,
it.
in the construction notes, there's note number 12. The way it's worded, if the existing leaching field is encountered.
Yep, that's just a
I
boilerplate
think-
note.
Well, I think what you're gonna do is you're gonna encounter it. You gotta find
Yeah,
it,
almost certainly.
Not
they'll
if.
factor it.
not if or maybe.
That's just standard, that's taken directly from Title V.
So for the cases where there is no field,
That's not good enough.
the boilerplate language is it says if,
Because
because there might not be a
It's gonna
field?
be the language, Jim.
Yeah, so if you have a cesspool, you don't have
If
a
it's
field.
encountered,
Yeah. If.
that doesn't mean they fill it in and
I
abandon
know,
it properly.
I know.
That's not good enough.
Well, let's see. Okay, so,
There's no leach field at this property, is
It's gotta be just
Yeah.
a leaching pit or a septic pit.
right, well, it's a cesspool.
Okay.
yeah.
And where it is the mystery.
And,
It's not on your plan.
It has not been absolutely verified because it is underneath the structure.
So-
But all evidence points to it being underneath the structure. Regardless, that is within 50 feet of the neighboring well. Since it is a cesspool, automatic failure.
so Jim, because this is an NOI, we can also, when it comes time to the special conditions, we can, if we want to put language in that resolves those, what we see as ambiguities, that gives us the option to do that, or the opportunity to make sure that things are done.
It won't be missed.
We're gonna leave the outhouse until then too.
Why?
I don't want to, I want it marked as it's coming out to be removed, filled.
You mean,
There should be a note for that too.
where it says the
Well, I
shed?
think it's still,
Open pit,
you think?
that's what an outhouse is, just an open pit.
It could be just a structure right now.
We had input from some members of the public at the last meeting that mentioned that was a.
Still inactive.
Yeah, well, I don't know how, they alluded to it being perhaps partially active, but that shouldn't be there, and it should be a indication of where the old septic system is, whatever it may exist as, a leaching pit or whatever.
So what you're
All it
saying?
shows is the pipe coming out of a building, and then it just ends.
Okay. So you're saying that information is lacking about his existing conditions?
Yes.
The only way to determine definitively where it is to tear the buildings down. We can't do that without a permit from the commission. So the system must be decommissioned properly. Regardless of if the condition imposes a condition on it or not, the Board of Health is going to require that.
So it will be addressed.
And at this point, the dwelling is not occupied, so that there is actually nothing going into the system?
Correct.
Okay, so it's inactive at this point.
I don't see what the issue is.
Okay, so
Back, yeah.
I think all you want
Too
to do is make
big.
sure things are
Identify.
properly abandoned
Yeah,
and
so-
backfilled.
So once it's done, then he comes back and,
You could put all that language in.
yeah, I think so too.
Okay.
When you find it, you tell us.
So basically what you're saying is all the structures on the site will be removed. Any septic-related components will be removed or decommissioned per DEP, per Title V regulations. There's a tight tank that's installed, connected to the house. There's going to be a new well installed. In terms of, we see where the erosion, the proposed siltation barrier is. What are the, so with that siltation barrier, is that also the limit of work that, for example, you will be doing nothing between that and the edge of the pond?
That is all correct, yes.
Okay. Is that area, I think it's overgrown, is it invasive species, is it native species?
So we did actually provide these pictures. There are invasive species in the area. I'm sure some of it's native.
Yeah,
I honestly don't know enough to comment on
Some
species of
jewel
plant.
reed,
Mhm.
jewel reed, group of trees in bush. Thank you, AI. That looks like loosestrife. So yeah, I mean, knotweed up there. So again, this is back up towards the street more so than the.
So that's inside the siltation barrier?
This area down.
Okay.
Oops, sorry. This photo two, figure two,
Mhm.
again, is more down at the water's edge. So again, not seeing the knotweed, not saying it's not there, but in the photo,
What it looks like knotweed would be within the siltation barrier?
right, as something to be removed. And
Okay.
again, to kind of Marilyn's point in terms of, including language, both as a finding and as a special condition. There's some purple loosestrife in there.
And Japanese knotweed at the, right?
Yeah. If the commission makes a finding and language is included as a special condition, making it clear that, no alteration, no access to the water body is granted, beyond the limit of work and the edge of the resource area, that's clear language both for anybody doing the work or, potential person purchasing the property and looking to develop it. There's clear, again, if they're not proposing it, the commission doesn't have to, it's.
Okay. If there's, where we're looking at extensive disturbance to remove the dwelling, the structures, septic components, et cetera, is there any proposal to remove the invasive species that are in that working area?
Not at this time.
Is that something we would want to require?
Within the limit of work, or
Within the limit of work?
I mean,
Okay.
within the limit of work,
it's
the
probably
intent
going
is for it to be planted with lawns. So incidental to that conversion, of course, much of it will be removed, but there is no proposal right now to treat it with glyphosate or anything to that effect.
And where do they throw what they remove? They take it off the property?
disposal offsite.
Well, but I'm also thinking, Japanese knotweed has extensive root structure. What are people's thoughts?
They
In
can check in
terms-
with us again as to what they want us to do with it. If they encounter it like that.
He's not planning on doing anything outside of his limit of work between the limit of work and the water's edge.
Mhm.
Within the inside, I mean,
If there's Japanese knotweed in there, do we want them to deal with it?
He's gonna mow it, I thought he said. I thought he said he was gonna be clearing within the,
Loam and seed.
yeah, exactly. That's what he's planning on doing.
Well, if he finds that, then they can advise us, and we can tell him what we want him to do with it.
Are you saying you want him to, like, remove it before he does that?
Well, no, I'm just saying as part of the project that's disturbing the ground, you know, doing the site disturbance, do we want, when an area is being disturbed, if there's invasives like Japanese knotweed, do we want it removed? Because if there's disturbed ground, it's going to spread there.
Yeah, I'd be more concerned about him pulling it out and putting it somewhere and
And
just
having
spreading it,
Move.
you know, moving it.
Okay,
You know, again, I don't know how much is there.
okay.
You can see the picture, but I don't know to the extent that it's inside that buffer. You know, I did have one question on the well. I mean, are they gonna be able to get a machine in there to drill a new one, or are they taking the house down first and then bringing a machine in? It seems an awful difficult spot to get a machine in.
So, we don't have an exact sequence provided, because really that's going to be left up to the contractor. But they will be able to get to this area. So certainly while the existing house is still standing, there's a corridor here between the limit of work and the edge of the existing deck.
Okay, so there is some sort of corridor that they can get back there to set the machine?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's pretty flat in that area, so they shouldn't have a problem setting up.
I just know I hear everybody saying how tight it is down there, how they can't get it.
I mean, we've had, you know, for a similar septic, well replacement and septic replacement on a separate project, I know we asked for kind of like included on the NOI plan was kind of an evaluation of like how the actual, you know,
Yeah, how you gonna
I mean, because they were constructing an access road. But I think we can certainly include, you know, a special condition about, you know, prior to issuance of the bill, you know, prior to the well being dug, you know, confirmation that you know, the contractor, you know, the contractor can actually, you know, make the turns and go, oh yeah, I can make that without, you know, having to remove the erosion controls. Again, once the erosion controls are in, we don't want them being moved. We want, you know, that's what leads to issues. So, you know, can certainly include a special condition that, you know, the well contractor confirm with the, you know, commission and or its agent, you know, prior to.
And if they have to modify it to get that they have to check with you and get your okay.
Right,
to
we're
modify
there.
that. Yeah, you know, proposed siltation.
Right, I mean, and again, they may also say, yeah, we want to just demo the building, fill it with, you know, and
then we'll get in there,
Right.
put it, and then,
yeah,
Well, if they check in with you and you give them an okay.
yeah,
then
but we
it's
can
great.
put it as a special condition.
So that would
So that
be
doesn't
in
stop him.
the sequence of activities.
It gives us.
Yep, and as a specific called out special condition saying, you know, prior to issuance of the building permit,
Okay.
or, you know, because they have to
Or a
confirm.
foundation permit.
Either or, and again, I think you can get a well, you need to have a well to get a building permit and foundation, so it may just be you know, prior to this being issued by the Board of Health or something, you know, here's a timestamp for something to be done, and then have whoever, you know, vendor du jour
Yeah.
confirm.
Yep.
I think prior to the drilling of the well, that keeps pretty simple. The contractor may elect, you know, they may feel that the best course of action for them is to tear down the existing building, put in the new foundation, you know, start building the house, and then drill the well. And I think they should be provided with that flexibility. They're still gonna have the space because, you know, this portion of the new house here, that's a deck. So that doesn't need to come at the start. This is the actual foundation edge, so they're still gonna have room to access the area. I think that just provides some more flexibility. It doesn't, tearing down the existing house and beginning to build the new house isn't going to, you know, further inhibit the site
And
prevent well drilling.
and they wouldn't install the tight tank until after those activities are done.
You're correct, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions from members of the commission?
I still want that shed in the westernmost corner of the property marked as to be removed. It's not,
Oh.
it doesn't show as a proposed condition, but it doesn't show as to be removed in the existing condition.
Yeah, we can certainly add that label, that's easily done.
Just like these other two.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. Matt, did you have anything else?
No.
Are there any comments or questions from members of the audience? If you'd like to say something, please come and. Okay. So come to the mic and let us know who you are.
My name's Susan Woodbury. I live at 8 Olive Road. I don't know if it's going to make anybody feel better. Nobody's used the septic or the water in that house in probably 20 years. So nothing has left using those pipes. It's been abandoned. So.
So at this point, there's nothing else that we're looking for other than what would be what we requested through the order of conditions in terms of construction sequence and other things.
Yes, and I mean, just a plan showing the to be removed on the.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I mean,
nothing-
you know, I mean, but that's fairly minimal. And if the commission doesn't have, based upon the discussion tonight and the previous public hearing, can certainly draft special conditions if it's the commission's pleasure for the meeting on December 12th.
That's
Okay.
10th. Tonight's the 12th.
Yeah. Okay. Can I have a motion to continue the public hearing to December 10th?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay,
Thank you all.
thank you. So moving on to our 7:10 PM agenda item, it's a record site visit and discuss next steps for 43 Cold Spring Road. And for the record, you are, your name?
Yeah, Paulo Aguiar, son of Maria Franca.
Okay.
So first, if the commission wants to record the site visit, occurred Monday, November 10th. In attendance was myself, Margaret, Ann, Lauren, Jim, Noel, and Marilyn. If any commissioner wants to kind of provide, we can.
We observed at the rear of the property of 43 Cold Spring Road, a section parallel with the back property line of about it's a 12 or 14 inch PVC pipe, corrugated pipe, that goes from one obvious set of wetlands in one neighbor to the other side of the property to the other neighbor. It looks like it was designed to provide a flow from those two properties to each other without allowing, unfortunately, for any infiltration within the property at 43 Cold Spring Road. In speaking with the representative, and you're not the owner of the property, right?
That's my mother.
Okay. But her representative?
Yes.
Okay. In speaking with the representative, it sounds that they put in approximately 31 cubic yards of fill atop this PVC pipe that connects the two obvious wetlands. And prevents infiltration at 43 Cold Spring Road, thereby increasing infiltration at least the downstream end of the pipe.
Or increasing the amount of flow and the rate of flow.
Right.
Yep.
We didn't observe any flow when we were there. It was just it was a light rainstorm at the time.
Mhm.
But apparently in the past there had been water flowing through that area.
Yeah, usually in the springtime.
Okay, heavy wet areas.
Yeah, just
So we received this morning the photos as was included in the revised commission's meeting packet that I uploaded before the meeting. Photos provided showing the construction of the PVC pipe. Again, the second photo on the right shows water within kind of that gravel bed that was discussed. Again, you can see water being channelized within the excavated area. And again, kind of the pipe during and prior to installation. After the end result was it being covered over, again, as provided. I was able to find aerial imagery from April of 2024 that does show, again, kind of that wet intermittent stream, that dark area, kind of running parallel to the rear of the lawn, in approximately the location of the installed piping. Again, also, as shown on the aerial imagery, shows the rocks used to construct the wall, and also the shed that was relocated further back, as was observed during the site visit. The April 2025 aerial imagery, again, kind of shows the inundation at the westerly end of the property line, with the installed piping, with areas not yet filled in. Again, more towards the westerly end. The constructed wall is now visible on the other side, kind of on the northerly side of the lawn. One other thing I found using the town's GIS, Mass GIS has 1 foot contours, contour data, topography data, and again, from May of 2023, so before the alteration occurred, and a channelized, well, the numbers are a little hard to read on the screen, a channel is visible within the topography contours running from, say, the westerly property line to the easterly property line. Again, approximately in the line, in the location of the piping.
So that's about 4 feet, right? 192 to 1.
Yeah, yeah, so kind of, the top of bank to, I mean, some of them, again, it's, maybe 197 to 195, so it's a little bit of a depression, again, 195, 193, it's not a super deep channel, but does appear to be consistent with the existing channel that was observed on the easterly property, beyond the outfall, or beyond the end of the piping. Again, 192 to 190 maybe. So certainly consistent across these properties.
Matt, when you, if you go down to the next, yeah, so it also, was this prior to the installation, this was prior to the installation of any of the piping? Because the other thing that made me wonder is whether, because of the diameter of the pipe, when there is a large volume of water in the upgradient wetland, will that pipe restrict the amount of flow so that in fact there's potentially water buildup back into the wet? It'll reduce the rate at which that wetland drains.
From our site visit, we couldn't tell how much the flow would be. There was no flow on the time of our site
Yes,
visit.
but thinking about spring, snow melt, stuff like that.
I don't know.
But regardless of that, we wouldn't allow somebody to do this.
Right, but I'm just,
I mean, I get it, all of that, but I mean, that's
The impact's two
immaterial to the
ways.
fact that they did what they did.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, whether it allows for sufficient flow, it's something that shouldn't be there in the first place.
Right.
Right.
Kind of end of story.
No.
I don't need to go and calculate if it's sufficient or not. What you need to do is have it removed and restored back to what it was
I was
before
thinking
they
more
did that.
about adverse impacts of restricted flow.
Oh, Right
Yeah.
now, you just degraded that intermittent stream by putting it in, corrugated piping and then filling it.
Okay,
I mean, just
And you
Have
can
them
increase the
remove it.
flow to the neighbors
yes.
and decreased infiltration.
So is there anything more we want to add for the site visit? Okay, so then in terms of next steps,
restore it, put it back the way it was. We
Do-
would
do-
not have
do we
allowed
wanna
this to have
have-
occurred.
Do we want to have a plan prepared by a professional,
That's not a bad idea.
so that there's something to achieve that the commission can review?
That's not a bad
In,
idea.
so it's not
get
just,
it.
we're not just
No,
putting it
and
on
I- and
them
I
to say,
understand what
hey,
you're saying.
restore
I
it,
don't
and we're not giving, and we're putting it on him to make sure that we're providing
I like
the
that.
wetland benefits with which have been lost.
I
Jim?
like that.
From our visit and from looking at these pictures, which are very helpful, Matt, I don't think there's much impact negatively from the stone wall. It's far enough away from the old trench and from the piping that I'd be okay. I'd be okay with the wetland scientist. I think that's a nice, a neutral way to do it, to evaluate the impact and to try to eliminate it by restoring the original trench. And you can see it looks like the trench is wider at one end than the other end. That we could do something like that. The scientists could come up with a plan that would try to replicate the way it had been. So we'd go back to this condition of whatever infiltration there was at 43 Cold Spring will occur at 43 Cold Spring, and whatever flow there had been away from the other two properties, that would be okay too.
Do we want to allow the shed to continue to be on the other side of that, what is going to be the restored channel?
I think Jim is okay with the stone wall being where it is.
No, no.
Stone wall.
There's a shed that got
Oh, the
moved.
shed is on the opposite.
Shed,
side.
This shed got moved back kind
Yeah.
of
Yeah,
to
no, I-
the end of the stone wall.
Maybe ask the scientists to evaluate that too.
Yeah, I don't recall
Well-
the details on that.
So, and I guess, in terms of, do we want to let the wetland scientist make the determination that there's no adverse impact from the wall remaining in, the recently built wall remaining in that location?
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
that works.
Okay?
That'd be all right.
Because you want as less disturbance as possible now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So whatever is clean.
Lauren, you've got your hand up for a question?
Sort of. Also observed was a poison trap, and I would just recommend not using poison traps. Using kill traps if you really want to kill the animal, but not poison traps.
So where was
It was
the,
on the other side of the
At
shed.
the base of the shed, yeah.
oh, okay,
Those black boxes with the little tunnels.
okay.
Okay.
Okay. So that, that becomes something that's incorporated into
So,
our enforcement order once
So,
we have the
right,
plan?
as an enforcement order, well, I mean, we
Oh.
can, as part of the enforcement order, we can, require that a plan be developed, prepared within 6 months, 4 months, so, a timeframe. Again, including the findings from the site visit, from, the aerial imagery, including aerial imagery. And again, so if it's really just, have a wetland scientist prepare and evaluate the existing, and in order to restore it back to the previous conditions of an intermittent stream.
This is a good thing to provide.
Oh, yeah, no, this was gonna be one of my exhibit, yeah, this is, included in the enforcement order, with, it being ordered, but that's, so it would be, have wetland scientists prepare a, remediation, restoration plan within 6 months, have that be completed within 12 months. Are there any other things the commission would want to see as a part of that? Additionally, if the commission is, if we don't want to wait till the next meeting, wait 4 weeks till the next meeting in December, authorize it be issued, subject to the chair's,
That makes sense.
the chair's review, so it's,
That's fine.
So,
That's fine.
That works.
so do we also want to include the relocation of the shed as well in the enforcement order?
if the commission,
Or how do people feel about the shed being on the opposite side of the stream? I mean, Mike
It's
and,
on the opposite side of the stone wall though, too, doesn't he? Or is it
it's,
within the
it's,
stone wall?
it's kind of at the end of
Flush
the,
with this.
With it?
yeah,
Okay.
so it
Yeah.
kind of like,
But
the
it
stone
just-
wall terminates and it's kind of where.
Well, if the stream it goes down, then has no utility right there.
Right, I mean, was there access previously across,
Was there a bridge or?
so the shed was over here
You
and
could have
the,
walked across it when we were there that day. There was nothing in the wetlands.
That's because the
area.
pipe was there.
right,
Both ends of the pipe, you could have walked across, it was dry. There was no water.
right, no, but if.
but if it's a stream, do we want people pushing wheelbarrows and walking
No,
through and?
no.
Yeah. So I guess it's,
So you want it on this opposite side of the street
we want it brought back to
to,
the house side of the stream.
Now you're working the buffer zone again and disturbing.
It's already been, the wetland, the wetland, the functions of the wetland have been degraded, so,
Okay.
well, we'd be degrading it more by doing.
You do it first.
That's how properties,
Yeah.
that's how arcades get concrete sonotubes in places that the commission wouldn't allow.
Yep.
Just saying.
Is there anything else besides relocating the shed back to the house side of the intermittent stream that people remember? You had said, and actually, so in terms of traps in the buffer zone,
I've never heard
The wet-
anybody
the-
raise that issue before.
I understand your
Well, I'm not saying don't do traps. I would say don't do traps. I'm just saying don't do poison traps. If you need to use traps, do a kill trap.
right, so that, I don't know if that would be something to include in the enforcement order, that's if you're going to be doing that, you use a different, manner, because again, the Wetlands Protection Act doesn't
Doesn't
cover the animals,
but does
yes.
it cover poison?
But it
Well, but is
Protecting the
the
habitat.
is the poison, entering into
You can't, dead animals, they fall.
dead animals, it goes up
right,
the food
and
chain.
so again,
Okay.
if the commission wants, I can include it.
Yeah,
Some
but-
one-liner.
Okay.
One more thing, so there was grass planted there, I think, right? So we need to,
That,
That would be in the plan.
that should be
Okay.
covered by
Right.
what the scientists, the restoration remediation plan scientists, he'll say, this is what needs to happen to get the stream restored.
Okay.
and are those trees there in the picture?
There appear to be a couple, this one here, that do not appear to have
They're gone.
been removed.
Okay.
Remember, there was also that big tree that had come down over the stone.
Oh, right, yeah, you want,
Trees fall,
Yep.
yeah, clear that up.
yeah.
But in terms of these two, again, to Noel's point, those do look like fairly mature trees, close to proximity of the intermittent stream, and they're not present a year later.
So,
Include, should be included in, a restoration plan.
Okay.
Shrubbery or whatever.
what, so in terms of, that would be part of what the wetland scientists would recommend in terms of
Right.
vegetation restoration?
Yes.
Okay. Any comments or questions from members of the audience? Okay, do you have any questions at this point?
No, I'm just
Okay.
here to what's the next step on.
Okay, so Matt will be drafting the enforcement order with the instructions that we've discussed. He will, so do you actually need a vote for the commission to?
No, I mean, I can issue it, I can issue it with, based on the discussion tonight, and again, the commission can ratify it at the next meeting. But, just, I do want to run it by the chair before sending it out, so that there is.
Yeah.
Do you give them recommendations for scientists to use?
Not particularly, because in the event they have a bet, they hire somebody who's difficult to work with or something, you got to do your own due diligence for that. But there are wetland scientists that can be hired.
So Matt will be in touch with the details of what the next steps are.
Okay, so.
Okay, in writing.
All right, sure. How about email? Great.
Yeah. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our 7:20 PM agenda item. It's a public hearing for Casey Building LLC, 17 Forest Road.
Under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and Westford's non-zoning wetlands bylaw, Chapter 171. The Westford Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, November 12th, 2025, at 7:20 PM in Meeting Room 201 at Town Hall, 55 Main Street, to consider the request for determination of applicability application of Casey Building LLC for the removal of a dwelling, driveway, and 2 sheds within 100 feet of bordering vegetated wetlands at 17 Forest Road, Assessors Map 77, Parcel 32, Lot 0.
Good evening. Mark Slager from Allen Engineering, here on behalf of KC Building. This house has actually been condemned by the building department and needs to be removed. It's been condemned, and my understanding is they don't even allow public safety officials in the house. So it's an extreme hazard, and it needs to get removed. As we'll see in the next hearing, the developer, or the owner, will be proposing to replace the house. But rather than do an NOI to include the removal of the house and the construction of the new one, I felt that an RDA would be a good mechanism for the commission to allow the house to be removed right away while we work through the NOI process for the new house and the new driveway. So basically there are 2 sheds, one located here within the 30-foot no disturb zone that would be removed. There's another shed at the end of the driveway.
What's that up on the edge of upper right there?
Right here?
Yes.
That's a shed that belongs to the neighbor. So we would have to be in discussion with the neighbor about relocating that shed. I'm not sure if the neighbor knows that it's off the property. But there'll be some discussions with the neighbor about that. And in the meantime, we'd like to just get rid of this house, backfill it, get rid of the shed and get rid of that shed. And then whatever happens with the other shed that encroaches, we can discuss at a later date. I'm sure the NOI won't be resolved tonight anyway. But we'd like at least a negative determination so that we can get this house removed as soon as possible.
Or conditional.
Whatever the commission feels is appropriate.
Jim?
Question for Matt. I know in everything I've always seen, erosion control barriers are straw wattles. And is mulch wattles something different?
It's commonly used. It's especially for longer extents. It's actually, they're heavier than straw bottles. Again, because they're kind of
More filtration?
it's compost filter tubes. I mean, they're actually packed.
Packed tubes, okay.
Yeah.
I have seen them, okay.
Yeah, that's kind of what
They stay put easier because they're heavier.
yeah.
Any other people have questions? So when you talk about removal of the dwelling, that includes removing the foundation?
Absolutely. That's the part that's failed.
Okay, so this plan does not show the location of either the leach field or the septic tank.
The septic tank is right here, the leach field is over here in this location.
So what's going to happen to those if you remove the house independent of starting your work? Will removing the house, the foundation, start to disrupt the septic components?
No. No, we could take the pipe from the house, take it out of the septic tank and plug the septic tank inlet and leave the rest of it there. And then the rest of the house, the tank is at least 10 feet away from the house, so they're going to probably set up an excavator over here and just remove the house without having to go near the septic system with the tank.
At some point, do they need to take it up and put in a new one, or they plan on using what's currently there?
They'll probably have to take out the tank, because it's only a 1,000-gallon tank, and replace the tank. But it did pass a Title V. There was some upgrades to the tank fairly recently. I don't remember the date of the Title V inspection, but it did pass for a 4-bedroom house, and the new house will be a 4-bedroom house. You'll also notice that this is encroaching within the front setback of 50-foot setback is required. This one's at 37 feet, so the building commissioner said we can have the new house that close to the street as long as it's no closer and meets all of the other setbacks, the side setbacks and whatnot. But we just want to, for safety reasons, we really need to get that house out of here.
Is this on town water?
Yes, it is.
What kind of foundation was it that?
Yeah, what caused the failure of the
It's
foundation?
a regular concrete foundation. The house doesn't even look that old,
Yeah.
but it's the fill around the foundation. There's a lot of boulders in there, there's a lot of sinkholes on the property. So I think it's just substandard fill that was put in, and then they put the foundation over it. And it just didn't
Seeing
work.
that.
So with this the catch basin that's in the street,
Yes. There's a catch basin here, goes to this manhole. So
Okay.
I don't want to blind Jim with my spot.
The size, okay. It's-
And then it runs through a pipe out in this area, right in here. I wasn't able to locate the pipe at this point because the brush was so thick.
You can now.
Is this part of the same drain?
Yes. Yeah,
Here in
this
the back?
okay.
goes to there and then here.
So,
There's no curbing on the road, so, I mean, it doesn't catch a tremendous amount of the water because the water just all sheets off the road anyway, but it does catch some of it and get it down into where it's supposed to go.
so with the erosion control that you're putting in, you're obviously not going to drive over the components of the septic system. Why is I'm assuming you're going to do pretty much all of the removal from the existing driveway and then maybe across the lawn up to the shed. Why does the erosion control go so far? Why is it?
Need to
Why
be so
isn't-
far back.
Yeah, why isn't it tucked closer to the house on this side, just to make sure that nobody's driving? I can see it being that far back if you were doing construction, but for the demolition, why does it have to be so far away?
I wanted to, well, two reasons. One is I only wanted to have it installed once and maintained because there's an NOI for a construction of a new house. I know we're coming up on the December 1st deadline, but I wanted to leave enough room in the back also so that the excavator could get in the back and remove any of the
Yeah, but I'm
components of the
thinking,
foundation.
I'm thinking on the left side where the septic is, that presumably, where the leach field is.
Over here, I
Yes,
mean, we could put in silt fence to keep it away from the septic tank.
yeah. I mean, if you're going to reuse that leaching field and a lot of other stuff, do you really need to have erosion control swinging that far away? Being it,
Not for what we're doing right now, but they may want to do some, in the future, under the NOI, they'll probably want to redo some of the lawn area in this area. But if you want, just for the purposes of demoing the house, we could certainly move the silt fence closer to the house and put it right next to the tank so that they don't disturb the field and the tank.
okay. Yeah, I mean,
What's the advantage of having closer to the house?
well, it just is there's less area that they're going to potentially be driving equipment over. It just, that means everything that's outside of the erosion control just is not going to get disturbed while the demolition's occurring. Jim?
Is there an easement on this side of the property that allows for the flow from that street drain out to the wetland?
I'll have to check the title on that, check the deed.
'Cause, I mean, you did say that there's a pipe that goes.
There is a pipe there,
Okay, so
yeah.
there's a pipe, but there's nothing on the plan indicated.
Well,
Right, I wasn't able to locate the end of the pipe, so, I mean, I know where it is, and it's really not gonna affect what we're trying to do, but when we get to the NOI, I can, certainly add that. before we get to the next meeting.
So if you can't find the end of the pipe, then obviously it's not.
The end of the pipe's there, you can see it.
You can see the end of the pipe, I just couldn't see it with my survey equipment.
Oh, okay, because what my concern was is, so there's no evidence of scouring or erosion, you know, that water is being sufficiently slowed when it's coming out the pipe towards the wetlands?
Yeah, there's actually a little buildup of organic material at the outlet of the pipe anyway. So as part of this, we'll probably end up cleaning that out a little bit and then throwing in some riprap just to stabilize it.
We'll get to public comments.
We'll get to that part as part of the NOI.
Okay.
We'll see in the next hearing.
Any other questions or comments from members of the commission? Matt?
I'm, just for the commission to consider, is this not segmenting the project between, filing an RDA and filing an NOI? Whereas,
Well, they're telling us all the parts of it now. We have the two proposals, right?
Right, but, wouldn't this be, one notice of intent, including the demolition and construction?
Oh, could do it that way. But they are telling us both parts of it now.
I understand,
They're not just, if they showed us only demolition and said, we're gonna make this into a field, and then they come back in a month and say, here's our new house we're gonna build, that's segmentation. Whereas I think they submitted it as two separate packages, but it shows the plan for the entire progress from demolition to construction.
So
I'm
you,
okay with it.
so you haven't, so in this, knowing that the NOI plan is coming, you don't see handling this separately as limiting our ability to look at this and condition this the way we would want to if we knew about Part B? You don't see us being limited?
No, we have Part B in
Okay.
5 minutes.
Okay,
Right, but they're gonna be looking to start, probably upon, issuance of,
The demolition.
yes.
Can I add, there is an extreme need to get this house removed. And if this was included in the NOI, which would likely get continued to the December 10th meeting, and if it gets resolved at the December 10th meeting, then we have a 10-day appeal period. We're looking at the end of December before we can even get out there and do this. We need to get the house down now. It's that severe a situation. So that's why I did it this way, so to provide the commission with a mechanism to say, okay, go ahead and remove the house now, hold off on everything else till we get the NOI approved.
And you've showed us what your plan is for the NOI.
Right.
We have the whole project.
I think it's fine.
Okay, and so I guess the one thing would be, when you've removed everything, how is the site going to be stabilized until you're ready to start construction of Plan B?
Probably just some mulch. I don't know of any other way. At this time of year, you're not gonna get grass to grow.
I'd want jute netting,
Jute netting.
something physical,
Okay.
something physically.
So that would get into the conditions.
Sure.
Okay. Matt, did you have anything else? before?
Nope, I would just ask the commission be clear on conditions to include, as, the special conditions included with an order of conditions usually are better part of 3 pages, and
So let me just ask you a question. So we got this request for determination in front of us, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna look at this in a second, the notice. You can just let this sit open for a second till you look at that. I mean, do you really wanna just close
You mean in
this?
terms of,
Issue it.
can we be discussing two public?
we can
Yeah,
open
so you're right,
public hearing
okay.
for the notice of
That way,
intent.
you're not feeling like.
We just need to make sure we
"Hey,
close both
I can't go back
of
and
them."
just do something, I gotta reopen it, I can just let,
Okay,
go into the other
so
one.
we'll open the second one before we continue the first one.
Okay.
Okay.
Understanding that.
Everyone concurrently.
Yeah. So if there are any comments or questions from members of the audience, if you come up to the mic, tell us who you are and make your comment or ask your question.
Read the public notice. for
No,
the-
no.
No, this is
We're
just
still
for
in the
the,
RDA.
still in the RDA.
All right.
Okay,
Tom Perrier, 21 Forest. I live on the west side. That's my property line right there.
Okay.
Okay.
And it's on the side where that drain is that you're asking about.
Mhm.
That's been a problem since the first owner 45 years ago, and the town put that culvert in. They put it down the street to stop the sinkholes that were happening. It helped, but it didn't fix it. So there's still a lot of sinkholes over there. There's one that's ready to go down.
When you say
Near the end of the pipe. And when the pipe is exposed right now, you can see the animals use it as a pathway. So they've opened it up so you can really see the end of the pipe right now.
Okay, so what you're talking about when you're saying sinkholes, you mean where the pipe coming down from the street discharges water?
No, the pipe, it's not where the pipes are, the water, which is probably,
can you-
it's in the next thing.
Yeah,
I sent the picture.
Oh, would you, because we're going to have both things open at the same time, would you rather make your comment when we're talking about the new house or at this point?
Well, if he's gonna tear down the house early, which I agree should be done,
Okay,
we're concerned about the water rushing, it comes across the front. And
okay, so that's, if you push the red button, there'll be a little red dot. So if you can use that to tell us
Okay.
approximately, the location.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
There
there
it
you
is.
are.
The water runs down this way and then comes over here, and the pipe is right in here.
Okay.
The sinkhole is right around there. It's just past where the pipe is buried. And it's about this big around, and it's not sunk all the way down, but it has in the past. And I had a neighbor, previous neighbor, who fell into it to about here.
Okay.
So we're concerned that you're gonna cause more sinkholes in our property by pushing the water that way. That's what we're concerned about.
Is your concern when the new house is built or when
Well,
the driveway and the existing house are removed?
when they remove the house, I'm concerned about how the water flow is gonna be there.
Okay, so,
That's the first problem.
okay. So Mark, when the house is gone and there are heavy rains, what's the overland flow gonna look like?
Probably do pretty much what it does now. I mean, one thing we could do is just leave a shallow excavation to have it act as like a settling basin.
Okay, yeah, because
And you've got that that mulch fence that you're gonna be moving over there that should,
Yeah, this should prevent it.
reduce the rate of the flow.
But if it catches, I guess that becomes the question, is if overland flow starts building up behind that mulch fence, where does the water does it drain in a
Then it
different
may
direction?
pond for a little bit, and you
Does
might
it-
overtop it.
Well,
You might be able to see it with the picture I sent to Matt.
okay, Matt, did you?
I mean, it was included,
There were pictures from a rainstorm.
it
Oh,
was
right,
included,
yes,
I did
okay.
include it in this one.
During heavy rains, you can see the way the water flows. And the puddle that's down near the back, that's where the sinkhole is.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then right in these bushes is where the culvert is.
Correct.
I mean,
okay,
ultimately, during the NOI, when the whole thing is getting
Yeah.
built, we could certainly add a small berm to prevent any runoff from this yard to get into here. I mean,
And
we
that-
only
that's
need
basically
something like
what
a
I'm
6 or
asking.
12
okay.
inch.
So what you're talking about is when we get to the next phase of the development, is talking about mitigation measures taken so that the water doesn't continue off property.
And, yeah, and that's just our side. We know the water flows to the other side too.
Okay.
And in the
I'm not gonna
meantime,
speak to that.
Okay,
Where's the water gonna go then? Is it gonna erode the land and go into the wetlands?
Well,
If
that's
it's
kind of what's
blown there.
happening anyways.
so I
Blown
guess,
there, right?
I guess that be, so in terms of what you would do in the NOI to address the overland flow, and where it goes and how it infiltrates, you'll be presenting to us a proposal of what you will do and how that will address the issue.
Mhm.
Okay.
Good evening, Elise Sedenkash in Holsburg. My husband and I, if you go back to the map, I think our wetlands are a couple acres above that. So I'm just trying to understand where is our property compared to the,
Your property, I think,
Thank
is
you.
back over here.
what's that?
I think your property's way
On the
back
map?
on the other side of the wetlands,
Okay, so any of this work that's being done here is on the applicant's property?
on
Not-
Forest Road,
not very good.
directly adjacent to Forest Road.
Well, no, I'm gathering there would be some fencing or something behind there, no?
But it's still on this side of the wetlands.
Right, on the Forest Road side of the wetlands.
This is the wetland line here, Forest Road's down here, all of the work is gonna be on this
Let me find
side.
a better,
I'm gonna walk
picture.
over and ask you this way.
So.
Can you just tell me from here? Yeah, there we go. That's it.
So again, this is the entirety of the property,
Mhm.
the almost 1.3 acres.
Mhm.
Again, the houses are similarly located to 21 and 13. That doesn't make sense. I guess it is. So the house is probably somewhere where that number 17 is. Your property is the very far back, you know.
Well, that pink one right there, 77.
77-9?
Right, I mean,
Okay.
and that's the back of this wetland. Again,
Okay,
it's,
so
there's
he'll be
probably.
putting up his barriers in the middle of his property, not closer to our.
Correct.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Okay. So now let's,
Now you can read that.
well, let's open up the NOI.
In Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and Westford's non-zoning wetlands bylaw, Chapter 171. The Westford Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, November 12th, 2025, at 7:25 p.m. in meeting room 201 at Town Hall, 55 Main Street. Consider the notice of intent application of KC Building LLC for the construction of a dwelling, driveway, and block retaining wall within 100 feet of bordering vegetated wetlands at 17 Forest Road, Assessor's Map 77, Parcel 32, Lot 0.
Good evening, Mark Slager from Allen Engineering, here on behalf of KC Building. This shows you what we're proposing to do. We've kept the house as far close to the street as possible, and also as close to the right-hand lot line as possible, so that we can provide the requisite setbacks to the wetland. I did provide a PDF showing that the existing house is 57 feet from the wetland. Is that what I have? 56, right?
And this is revised from, this was received Monday
Yesterday.
evening.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen it
Yeah,
yet.
and no hard copies were provided.
Yeah, Matt asked me to provide some distances just for comparison. So the existing house is 56 feet from the wetland, and the proposed house is going to be 57 feet. So essentially the same distance. It's going to be outside your 55-foot no-build zone. We've got the 30-foot no-disturb zone delineated here. This is the area where there's an existing shed that's going to be removed. Once that's removed, it'll be loamed and seeded, and then this silt fence will be continued across once the shed is gone and the loam and seed is.
Well, seeded like wetlands mix, not lawn.
Oh yeah, it won't be lawn. Yeah, whatever, wetland or upland adjacent buffer zone mix, wildlife mix, whatever. But definitely not lawn. This is the limit of lawn will be at the 30-foot no disturb. And this shows the existing septic tank here and the existing approximate location of the leach field, which is over near the lot line. And the drain line runs very close to where the leach field is. So we hope there won't be any work done that will alter the leach field or the drain line. You can see there will be some fill. Right now, there's a steep slope that goes down from the road to the front of the house. We're going to have a walkout basement in this house, so the cellar floor is going to be pretty much where the ground grade is now, as opposed to what's there now. The cellar floor is a few feet below the existing ground. So there'll be a fill in the front yard, a garage, front entrance garage. so the water won't be going directly down into the wetland. It'll actually slope basically towards the street and then run off this way. Given that what I know now about the runoff that's occurring currently, we can also add a small feature in this area, like a landscape berm, something that's shallow enough to mow, but something that will direct the water. Once it gets in this location, it'll direct it down into the wetland as opposed to into the neighbor's property. So that's it in a nutshell for the new house.
Jim?
Two items on it. On my plan, not on this one, there's some kind of an object right here. Is
Yeah, that was a drafting error.
I was hoping it was an infiltration bin for the,
Well, it would be a little bit close to the house, and Matt did mention that.
On here. This one.
Question whether or
Yeah,
not we're
yeah,
going
that's
to
what-
provide
that's what
any
I-
infiltration.
so, this clearly has surface water flow issues now.
There'll be, yes, it does.
So it'd be a good idea to at least take the runoff from the roof of the house, the new proposed building, and put it into the ground.
Yeah, there's two ways of looking at that, though. If you're introducing more water into the ground, you could be destabling the ground around where all the boulders are and backfilling.
Well, it doesn't have to be that close to the house, it can be farther away.
Well, we want to prevent any additional sinkholes.
True. So just don't use crappy fill.
Well, so you're not going to be removing?
Well, there's crappy fill that extends over into the other yards as well, so.
So it'll just be using drip edge around the house, is that it, or?
Well, the other option
It's
is
no better than
just,
what we have now.
we could just hard pipe directly overland to the 30-foot no disturb and then let it dissipate. That way you're not introducing a lot of extra runoff into the ground.
That's an option too. All right, the other question I had, or comment I had, was on the proposed wall. You're putting it exactly on the property line? I mean, you don't build on a property line. You always have room on the opposite side for maintenance purposes or something like that.
We usually, I mean, we've done it both ways. We put it on lot lines. We've put it, a couple of feet in.
You already have one incursion on the property line from the neighbors. With that, this Burgess diagram.
The shed?
The shed at the back.
Sorry.
Yeah.
There it is there. That's got to come out. Whoever it belongs to, I mean, we can't tell from looking at this, but whoever it belongs to has got to come out, because that's, it's like in the location, same sort of situation as the other shed. It's going to have to be removed and renaturalized and everything.
And outside the 30,
Right, remove-
wherever it goes.
If it's the neighbors, give it to the neighbor. If it's,
Yeah, but they can't put it inside the 30 on their property either.
we wouldn't want that either, right?
Okay. So, where is the pipe for the septic to exit the new house?
It would probably just run right in through here.
So why, normally we ask for maximum, normally we ask for maximum feasible compliance to get components out, as far from the wetlands as possible is, and I'm looking at that septic tank and saying, can't that be put farther from the wetlands? I mean, it's inside the 55-foot. Is it because you're doing a lot of grading off to the side of the house? Can you put the septic tank there?
Didn't you mention that you may have to replace it?
We'll probably replace the tank anyway.
Right, so.
So, yeah.
I mean,
Probably
ultimately.
only 1,000 gallon right now, isn't it?
Right, it'll have to be a 1,500
1,500.
gallon 2-compartment tank, so we could certainly move it up into this location.
That's what we would typically have, so,
Yeah.
yeah, we would want that.
Yeah, I mean, that could be, I'm pretty sure we're not gonna close the hearing tonight, and we'll want revised plans to show the culvert, and I can show a relocation of the septic tank as well.
It's an NOI, you're going to need order of conditions. We're going to the next meeting anyway.
That was why I
Yeah.
did it the way I did it with the RDA.
No, with the grading that you're doing here, is that going to compromise those trees along the street?
This tree may have to come down, but these, probably not. These trees, no, it won't. This is all just brush over in here. But most of these mature trees will we're not gonna do anything to disturb those.
So that, yeah, I mean,
We're
I'm just,
actually up higher.
okay.
So we're gonna be raising grade down below the trees, so it
Okay.
won't be affecting the trunks.
No?
So the impervious area is doubling, right, roughly?
It's about 1,000 square feet more,
Yeah,
28 to 38.
okay. Because that does have implications on the water, you know, the roof and stuff, right? So where did we end up with that? You're gonna put-
Where's the water ending up?
No, so where did we end up? What was the decision? You're gonna run
So,
an
yeah,
outlet going straight out towards the wetlands?
Yeah, I would recommend having the roof runoff go hard piped down to the 30-foot, no disturb, and then let it
Just
filter in that way, as opposed to recharging it into the ground and disturbing, putting more groundwater into where we already have a problem with fill on not only this probably, but some of the adjacent properties.
Okay, so just gutters running into
Just
that.
do overland
Yeah.
flow then.
overlook,
Yeah.
so, and something at where the pipe outfall is to dissipate any velocity, to make sure that.
Yeah, we could put like a little plunge pool at the bottom, for each downspout. I'm expecting there to be maybe probably 1 or 2 leaders, roof leaders, one in this location, one in, probably in this location. And they could discharge into like a 5-foot diameter little riprap stilling basin.
Okay.
It's only like a foot
that
deep,
wouldn't-
just to help dissipate the water.
And that would not be a feature that would need to be maintained over time. If stuff grew in there, that's fine.
Right,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, they might want to clean the downspouts, make sure they.
Yeah, they might
Yeah.
want to clean out that pipe every now and then.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking about the ground beyond
Should be
it.
fine, yeah.
Okay.
Have you talked to the neighbor about the shed on your own property?
I don't believe there's been a discussion with the
No,
neighbor yet.
between now and your next appearance.
Well,
I think Jim wants to see it gone as part of the.
we wanted-
Yeah.
I do want to see it gone, I don't care who it belongs to, but I
yeah. On the next NOI plan,
it shouldn't be there. Or it should say to be removed.
I mean, we can issue an enforcement order to say, hey, this was brought to our attention, this is in a location inconsistent with.
It's been the 80 years or something.
Yeah, you don't know, yeah.
I
Yeah, but
don't
it's
know.
not on their-
But it's not on their
Enforcement order,
property, so
but-
yeah.
Okay. Matt, did you have anything else?
Nope.
So are there any comments or questions from members of the audience? Yeah, if you want to come up, tell us who you are.
I'm sorry. Karen Fiaria, 21 Forest Road. Quick question. When do you expect to take the house down? Will it be this year or next year?
If my client had his way, he'd start tomorrow.
No, we'd like to see it down too. I was just wondering.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I wanted the RDA, because I didn't want to have to wait till the notice of intent
But
is completed. But
you
we
have to
hope
wait till at
get it
least the
done.
December meeting, right?
No.
We hope to have it done before the December meeting.
Oh.
Right now, we have both, we're talking about both things. As we close out the RDA, we will be talking about how we handle that, and that would lead into how quickly they could take the house down.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, back to the drainage coming across the front, because it's all coming, Tom Ferry, 21 Forest Road. Because it's all coming off the road, even though the drain is up at the top. Before it gets to the drain, a lot of the water is coming down towards the front door.
So sheet flow towards the front of the new house.
Matt, can you zoom up to the existing?
But that won't be with the new house.
Not with the new house. It should be fine with the new house.
Okay,
But all that, while the water is coming down the driveway, but it's going both ways because there's a big sinkhole in the existing driveway
It goes
right now.
all over through
Okay.
here. There's a sinkhole at the end of the driveway. The driveway slopes down quite steeply from the edge of the road. It goes down this way. This is all really low. It's about 6 feet below the elevation of Forest Road. So everything just goes down that way, and it tends to go around the front of the house over into this area.
and if I remember correctly, you were talking about when you take the house down, that you could leave I forget the terminology, but something so that there's a low spot where the house now is that the water could drain to.
Yeah, and that's
Through the
fine,
winter.
because it's coming off the road.
Okay.
anyway, so
So it would
a
collect.
But he was
burden-
talking about a low, like, detention basin or some,
Yeah.
a feature
Yeah.
until they
Then-
built it to, hold some of that water.
Okay.
Yeah, like a temporary sediment basin, like we do on larger developments.
Okay,
Yeah, because I've been there 45 years, and this has been going on since then. And yeah, we do know it was bad fill. But we live there, and our house is safe.
okay.
But yeah, just concerned about that coming our way or coming off the road, and the new owners having problems.
So let's deal with, Jim,
Just
one more
no,
question?
Yeah, in the existing condition on the driveway, any rainwater flowing onto or street drain flowing onto the driveway, it looks like it would go down past the house and towards the back of the yard, back of the property, right? But the new one, it looks like it's gonna flow right into the house.
No, because the garage floor is gonna be roughly the same elevation as the street, maybe actually a couple feet higher than the street.
Yeah, the garage floor is at 180, proposed at
So it
goes
184.
down and then up to
lifted.
go.
It'll go down a little bit and then up to the
It goes up
garage.
2 feet to the garage, okay.
Yeah.
All right, good. So it'll flow around the house and.
Right.
Okay. So in terms, are we ready to start talking about what we do with the RDA and any, if we decide to do a conditional negative, what the conditions would be?
I think so.
Okay. So what are the conditions?
Well, you wanted that,
Let me go
mulch.
back to the
Yeah.
demolition plan.
Shorten the reach of the erosion control barrier like we were mentioning.
Yeah.
Well, actually, do we want to shorten it, or do you want to put in an interim so that when it comes time to do the NOI plan, you just take out the interim and you've got the other one in place?
The interim makes sense.
Okay. So install, and in addition to the existing proposed siltation fence, put an interim siltation fence between the house to be demolished and the location of the leach field to prevent equipment and disturbance in that portion of the property.
But you have to make sure that it's gonna be on the outside of that 1,000-gallon tank that he's
No,
gonna have to
that-
remove. He's
that-
gonna
that-
put in the 1,500.
I mean, that would be, I would think that would be a part of the construction,
Not the demo.
not the demo.
Okay.
Okay,
Um,
so,
And we wanted that sedimentation pool, feature where the house is, so there's a place for that water to go, interim.
so when the house is removed, the location will be used,
Temporary
As a-
sedimentation basin, I guess, is the word that
yeah,
used.
with overland, so that all overland flow would collect there.
Right.
Okay.
Erosion controls be inspected prior to the commencement of work.
Yep,
Any intermediate erosion controls as determined to be necessary by the commission and/or its agent to be directed to be installed. Jute netting over disturbed areas until such a time as vegetation growth can occur.
yep.
How long would this demolition take? Like a few days?
Yeah, it would probably take a couple hours to get the house down and then crunch it up and put it into dumpsters. So you're looking at maybe 2 or 3 days to get everything done.
I'm just thinking about leaving equipment on the site and, we have standard clauses.
Jim?
Yeah.
Removal
Well,
of 3
part of the
sheds
building, though.
and extend the erosion control around the 3rd shed.
The third shed being the neighbor's shed,
I don't know who it belongs
or
to.
the non-owner's shed,
The mystery shed,
the mystery shed.
yes.
Well,
Because the other 2 are inside the erosion control, but that one is outside.
so do we want to deal with that shed as part of the RDA or the NOI?
I would like to have it done as part of the NOI. We know it needs to get done, but there needs to be a discussion with the neighbor.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay, so
It's gonna get removed one way or
The soup-
another, too.
okay. So the demolition will include removing that existing shed?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Two
but-
existing sheds, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking, the existing shed where you're then gonna loam and seed, so you're not gonna loam and seed at this point, so erosion control will still be going around that location?
Yeah, we'll put some jute netting and mulch down in that area. There's no real foundation, it was just on blocks, so we can just pick it up and move it and not really disturb the ground around it, other than the tracks from the excavator.
Okay.
But we still want to keep the silt fence around there until we get good vegetation in that area.
Okay. Anything else? Do we want any kind of, because, so, if we issue the conditional negative tonight, do you think this is gonna be, the demolition is gonna be completed, the work on this site is gonna be completed prior to December 1st?
Yes.
Is there any kind of reporting we would want?
Any kind of what?
In reporting in terms of, in terms of
Yeah, I mean,
site stability?
right, documentation that it was done, what was left, again, doesn't need to be, if the commission doesn't want a plan, it can be, photographic documentation of the items
We
requested.
can have
So-
everything ready, documented, and presented at the next meeting.
Okay, so yeah, just something that shows us that the site is stable and ready to go through the winter. Okay. Any more questions? Or anything more you need? Can I have a motion to issue a conditional negative determination with the conditions described?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay, so now for the NOI project. There's what you're gonna do about the shed. So we need an updated NOI plan that shows what you're going to do for the drainage coming from the storm drain, the drainage details coming off the roof, the location of the new septic tank.
You meant the existing storm drain when you said storm drain?
Yes. Yeah. Anything else that we need to see on the plan?
Details for the stilling basins at the downspouts,
Yep.
approximate downspouts locations, showing
Okay.
where they're gonna discharge.
Mhm.
Did you mention the shed, removing the shed?
She did, yeah. The block wall right on the property line, you want to check with the building inspector for something like that?
That should be,
Not a formal request.
I mean, if it's greater than 4 feet,
No, I'm not looking for details unless it's taller than 4 feet. It's just sitting right on the property line. That's never a good idea.
Yeah, can certainly send something to them to have them opine about
Whatever he
best
says about-
practices.
If he wants to move it back a foot or something, or 2 feet, whatever.
okay.
And just the relocation of that 1,500 gallon septic tank.
Mhm.
No trees to be cut, right?
Correct.
Maybe only one.
So one tree.
It should indicate which ones, right?
Yeah, so on the updated plan, indicate if there are any trees you identify as needing to be removed because of the grading and stuff that's happening. Okay, so, do we want to look at a draft order before seeing the revised plan and thinking this through?
We're gonna see a new plan,
Right,
and we should be able to do that, and we should be able to probably do the orders at our next
In
meeting.
January. yeah.
you mean, so the orders at the first January meeting?
Or December,
Or just,
concurrent with reviewing
Right.
the
We can
updated
do it
plan.
all.
Well, we're not constructing anyway in December, right? January.
uh,
I don't think so.
Yeah.
but they can ask.
right?
We can
Well, I wasn't
ask
sure
him.
what his time frame. I know he wanted to tear it down ASAP. I wasn't
Yes.
sure how quickly he wanted the orders.
Well, but he doesn't need we've already given him what he needs to do
I know,
the
to demo
demolition.
it.
In terms of, do you have a time frame that your client is looking for to start the construction? And,
No, I don't
Okay.
have a.
So we could issue in January.
yeah, okay, so let's,
I wasn't sure how quickly they were looking to fund this.
so at this
I mean,
point,
all developers are in a hurry.
okay, so for right now, okay, so we're just gonna continue the public hearing to December 10th, and at the December 10th, at that point, we'll probably be looking to tee up a draft order of conditions for the first meeting in January.
There's only one meeting in December.
Yes,
Yeah.
December 10th. So we're not meeting on Christmas Eve.
But there'll be cookies.
Yeah, there's,
You bring them.
we will have,
Well, I haven't brought the last 2 years, so I need to.
okay, so can I have a motion to continue the public hearing to December 10th?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so moving on to our 7:35 PM agenda item. It's a public hearing for Privium Homes, 19 Hartford Road.
Under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and Westford's non-zoning wetlands bylaw, Chapter 171, the Westford Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, November 12th, 2025, at 7:35 PM, in meeting room 201 at Town Hall, 55 Main Street. Consider the request for determination of applicability application, Premium Home, for the removal of an existing dwelling and restoration of disturbed area and a dirt driveway, portions of which are within 100 feet of bordering vegetated wetlands at 19 Hartford Road. Assessors map 20, parcel 75, lot 1.
Good evening, Mark Slager from Allen Engineering, here on behalf of Premium Homes. This lot is, originally it was, a portion of this land was used for the Colonel Rolls development, which is off to the right here. Since then, that land has been divided into 2 lots, one with the existing house and then one has some vacant land. We've got septic system designed, done, but the development of these 2 lots combined will exceed 1 acre. What we don't have done is the stormwater management plan, which will show the development of both lots and the driveways serving both lots. But in the meantime, what we'd like to do is just at least tear the house down so we don't have any unwanted guests hanging out over the winter. This house is in disrepair as well, but it has not been condemned. But we don't want to have that liability hanging over until we get the rest of it. I know Matt's concerned with project segmentation, but we are fully aware that we have to file a notice of intent for the development of the site. The new house is actually going to be outside the 100-foot buffer zone, but some of the drainage features and grading might be within the 100-foot buffer zone, so we'll probably end up having to file an NOI. They'll have a driveway easement to serve the second house in the back, so there'll definitely be an NOI for that. The question is whether or not we combine them into one NOI, just so we can have, one big picture of the whole thing. But we'll do that this spring. There's no hurry to do any development on this site until, late spring, early summer. But they do want to get the house out of the way so that we don't have to deal with any unwanted guests, weekend guests, whatnot. So we're requesting a negative determination to remove the house. Similar to the other one, we will, just backfill it and just stabilize the area with mulch for now. There is a section of the driveway up back that ultimately is going to come out. At this point, it probably makes sense to just leave that, and only the areas that are disturbed will stabilize with mulch and jute netting.
So what about the septic? Or the leach field?
We'll deal with the leach field when we do the new construction. There is no flow going to it now.
Is the leach field for this house on lot 1?
Yes. I believe it's over in this area, maybe in this area, we're not sure. But ultimately, that's gonna have to be removed as part of the overall discontinuation of the project, of the system. These two houses will be served by town water, so we don't have to deal with drilling wells. There is a well on the neighbor's property, but the new system is gonna be in back here. So all we're looking to do right now is to remove the house and let it sit till spring. And then when we come back in the spring with a formal proposal, we can deal with the septic system, all the other erosion control measures. We can put up, I think I show silt fence and wattles along here, right at the 75 foot, no disturb, just so we can go in and get rid of the house and get rid of all the debris associated with it.
Would you leave once the house is raised, removed, and stabilized, would you leave the fence in there?
Yeah, we could do that.
Well, I was more wondering what your intention was.
It wouldn't make sense to remove it while we have, disturbed ground here with silt fence and mulch.
Okay.
We could probably even, once we get that done, we could actually wrap it around a little bit more so that we enclose just the disturbed area, if the commission would prefer that.
So you were saying there was one or two properties or homes going to be built on this lot, or was it just the one? And
One on this lot and then
Okay.
one in the back.
but you're going to get access through this lot to get to the one in the back?
Yeah, there's an existing driveway on this side of the house as well. So the new driveway would come in where the existing one is and then come in through this access easement so we can stay 50 feet, more than 50 feet from the edge of the wetland on the right-hand side. So this driveway would serve the house out back. So since it does encroach on lot one or across lot one, we would need to do a filing for this lot as well.
I know we're hearing about the future plans, but this is another case where we're going to bring up segmentation, I think. I think if we're going to write up some kind of assessment of this current plan here, was this RDH? That we'd have to indicate that future homes would be all outside the 100-foot, right? You said that?
Well,
I thought you said they, I thought you said
only
the houses
the
were. but
one
they
on
were-
lot one will, but there may be some roof drains that go into inside the 100-foot
So
buffer.
we have a lot that effectively is right on the 100-foot buffer now, and you want to.
Correct. The house in the back,
You're asking us, not in writing and not in an NOI, but that you want to put a new house closer to than 100 feet.
yeah. I mean, the new house will meet all of the new regulations, but we're not asking for approval of that. We're just asking to remove this house.
So we don't know, at this point, there's no information about the future house on lot one or the future house on lot two.
Why would we want the
We have approved
future houses
septic
to be
plans
worse?
that I could submit.
We don't want to build new houses in worse environmental conditions than this one, right? This is pretty good, just outside the 100-foot wetland buffer.
Well, there's regulations in place that allow for, building up to this, no new houses within 75 feet, which we can conform to. It just so happens the one on lot one, as currently planned, they may change the house design between now and spring. That is anticipated to be outside the 100-foot buffer. For the one in the back, will meet the regulations. It'll be 75 feet from the wetland, and it'll meet your 50-foot no disturb, which is what's required of all new lots.
Okay, so at this point, the RDA deals only with removing the existing
Only
house.
removing the house, and if you want to put a condition that any future work will require an order, notice of intent filing, that's fine too.
I don't know that we can do that with a conditional negative, can we?
I mean, my personal opinion is if they're gonna file a notice of intent later, they're,
It's a positive determination.
right, that's like, they're already telling us it's going to be a positive determination.
So yes, if you're, well, and I guess if we give them a positive determination, does that mean that they cannot remove this house?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
my opposition to the the applicant's representative's claim about, securing the house, put a fence around it. The other house, all right, it was in disrepair, it's not safe for anybody to go into, or, all right, there's big red X's on it, but the commission decided, to issue that. This one, it's just not
just vacant.
timely. It's not
just
timely.
nobody, yeah, I get it.
I don't know. I'm not, my opinion is that this.
People can climb fences or cut them. So, I mean, we just try to minimize liability. We know we have to file an NOI for future work. I mean, if we could file an NOI for this, it just seems kind of ridiculous to do an NOI for a house that's barely in the buffer zone, and all we want to do is remove it. It doesn't even require any kind of filing under the Wetland Protection Act. This is only a filing under the local order.
And, did you mention whether a Title V has been done on the septic yet?
There was no Title V done because we know it's going to be replaced.
Okay. So this site, we know that the septic, wherever it happens to be, is going to have to be abandoned.
Correct.
Okay.
I just don't see how we give him a conditional negative when he has to come back with a notice of intent. It's a positive.
What's the advantage of taking it down now?
Hmm?
I said, what's the advantage of taking it down now?
It's just less we have to deal with later on in the spring, and we don't provide an opportunity for people to gather and, potentially get hurt on the property.
I think it's a positive determination. That would be, my take. And again, too, when it comes time to do the two, there's consideration about putting the drive here to get access to the back, But, looking at this site, there seem to be opportunities maybe to, put driveway to gain access to the back completely outside of the buffer. Just in hearing the discussion about what potentially could happen in the future, it's like, why are we putting this driveway from the front to the back of the parcel, within the resource area or the buffer to the resource when it looks like it could all potentially happen outside?
So with
But that's
the,
kind of
To be to the, he's got everything happening to almost like the south side when it could be happening to the north side of the
so
house.
with the access and utility easement, that does not exist on the property at this time? In terms of, I guess what I'm saying is,
It shows the existing dirt driveway on this other side of the.
yeah. no,
Yeah, I'm just
what
saying,
I'm thinking
why
is-
can't it be on the other side? It can be
Right.
completely
Okay.
out.
Yes,
So,
it could. The other
but
one, the current one is.
Where I was going is if we do a conditional, if we did a conditional negative, do any features of this plan, like the location of that easement, become approved?
No. All you would
I
be
mean,
approving
the
is-
access and utility easements already, they filed an A&R plan with the planning board. The planning
Okay.
board signed it because it did not require
So that's
approval or
already
subdivision
existing.
control. So, I mean, that legally exists, but
Okay.
there's nothing present.
Be made into a driveway.
Right, no, but
Well,
there's
it exists
nothing.
on a plan, but there's no
Nothing that says it has to
documentation.
be.
Okay,
Right.
so, okay,
There's nothing that we're proposing to do now that would affect what we want to do in the future. So if you approve just the removal of this house, it doesn't impact or restrict the commission from doing anything, imposing any other
I
restrictions.
don't think
on the
we're
future.
bound by what it shows. I think he's simply saying, it's just the raising.
Raise the
of
house.
home.
That's-
and removing including removing the foundation?
Yes,
Okay, and then just stabilize.
then just stabilizing it, and then for the rest of it, we'll just deal with, what we want to do and what the commission wants to see, and it has no bearing on the removal of the house now.
Because we don't know if he's coming back and, you know, he's kind of telling us that he's going to require an NOI, but we really, you know, other than him telling that, looking at this, we wouldn't know that.
So, and I guess some of it is, if that NOI never materializes, how do we want to leave this? Do we want to leave this site with or without a house?
Does it matter?
I don't know. Knowing he's coming back with an NOI, I have to think that this is a positive determination. I get, you
Okay.
know, that's just my take.
I don't look at it that way because we don't know when they're coming back. I was told they're gonna be, you know.
But you told us they're gonna be, and you told us that both the,
But it
both
could be
this
2
property
years.
and the one behind it, or the homes, are gonna be within, you know,
But we're
above
not,
the resource.
but we're not asking to do that at this point. All we're asking to do is to raise the
I know,
house.
I know.
And we acknowledge that we need to do an NOI for any future work, but all we want to do is remove the house. It could be 2 or 3 years before we come back and ask to develop the lot, in which case, whatever happens now is irrelevant. They don't have any bearing on each other, so holding off on tearing down the house really doesn't affect what we want to do in the future. All we knew is we need to get the house down before we do anything else. It's not going to direct one way or the other how the land is going to be developed.
So we very, very, very rarely issue a positive determination. So I think a lot of this is, are there any other, with issuing a positive determination, are there things that the implications or whatever that the commission should consider in terms of what that determination means?
I don't think it gives the commission the latitude a negative determination does in terms of, you know, if the commission makes a positive determination outside of item 2, which is regarding boundary delineations, which there's nothing that, you know, there's very little in the actual WPA Form 2 that allows me to like write conditions or write findings, write anything.
Okay.
You know, as opposed to, you know,
They can-
negative determination 3, saying that the work is, you know, within a buffer zone as defined in the regulations, will not alter an area subject to jurisdiction under the Act, therefore said work does not require the filing of notice of intent, subject to any following conditions. I can include, you know, anything there that, you know, much like the determination for 17 Forest, you know, can
Let me add
list
something.
everything.
If the commission issues a positive determination, that means I need to file an NOI for the work that I'm proposing to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I would do is take this plan, fill out the NOI form, and resubmit it, because that's what I'm planning to do.
That's the limit of what's planned at this time.
That's the limit of what's planned at this time. So what is really the difference? Because I'd be filing exactly the same thing, going through pretty much the same process. And to file the NOI, I wouldn't need to file it with DEP either, because this is a minor activity that exempts.
Well, the commission makes that determination that it's a minor activity. It's not,
No,
you don't make that determination, I don't make that,
No.
the commission as the issuing authority makes
So
that
we-
No,
determination.
So
what
we
I'm
could-
saying is it doesn't need to be filed with the DEP.
Well, commission could say, you need to file with DEP because you are, you know, we don't think that this is a minor activity because, you know,
No.
the extent of excavation, you know, you're gonna have an excavator working from the wetland side, you know, between the house and the erosion controls, and, you know, that disturbance is not a minor activity, so.
No, you're missing what I'm saying. It still requires a filing under the local wetland bylaw, and it still needs to get an order of conditions. It's just that it doesn't meet the criteria for filing under the DEP's minor activity bylaw, which allows anything outside of 50 feet from going from an impervious surface to a pervious surface. The commission can't determine what DEP wants.
The,
So,
the commission,
there's no
is the
difference.
issuing authority of the state's Wetlands Protection Act. No?
They issue an order of conditions, which gets filed. It doesn't matter. I mean, we've done local filing only quite a few times. Because there are.
And you're saying that this only meets the requirements under our local wetlands bylaw and not under the Wetlands Protection Act?
Correct. But again, it goes back to what I would actually be filing for a notice of intent, which is this exact same plan with a
Well,
different
it couldn't be
form.
the same plan. You'd have to show us what you were going to build, not just.
No, I
Well,
wouldn't.
no, I see what you're saying. You're saying, okay,
This is what I want to do right now.
under your notice of intent.
Yeah.
This is
And
the
then I would-
limited scope.
And then you'd come back with another notice of intent for what was going to be built.
Right. Then I would have to get a certificate of compliance for that one to close it out and then file a new notice of intent for the future work.
Moving on.
I know.
So, in the past, when we raised a home or more than one home on Lake Neb, we've had some where we've raised the home, they grassed it, and then they came back at a later time to rebuild, to build a new home. Was that a positive or a conditional negative when we raised that?
The most recent one, you're saying on Burn?
I know we raised one, yeah, and then it was at least a
Yeah,
year or
but
so before it got built.
Yeah, and so that was an order of, a notice of intent, an order of condition from the onset. And again, I don't know how close
That one I
don't
look at
know.
as kind of being analogous to this.
I don't recall how close that was to the
Resource area?
to the resource area.
The yard's right up against the lake.
Right, no, but again, where
Yeah.
the demolition was occurring, I don't, and again, that may have been closer than, 50 feet to the resource area.
I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, okay, the way we did that, and you're saying that's a positive determination, with a notice of intent. I see something similar where, we're raising something, it sounds like we could wait a while, and then we get another notice of intent for what was going to be constructed.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion?
Motion, we issue a positive determination.
Is there a second? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Is there anything else you need from us regarding the positive determination?
Nope, it's
Okay.
just, again, they only filed it under the local bylaw, so this will be
Is it getting cooler or is it?
his subject.
Okay. So we're moving on to our 7:40 PM agenda item, which is a public hearing for premium home, for Traywick 59 Hildreth Street.
Under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and Westford's non-zoning wetlands bylaw, Chapter 171. The Westford Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, November 12th, 2025, at 7:40 PM in Room 201 at Town Hall, 55 Main Street. To consider the request for determination of applicability application of Russ Traywick for the cutting of approximately 12 dead trees down to 50 falls north within 100 feet of water dedicated wetlands at 59 Hildreth Street, Assessors Map 21, Parcel 84, Lot 0.
Good evening, Mark Slager from Allen Engineering, here on behalf of Russ Traywick.
Did you have a question?
Yep.
This is prepared for Carlton R. Traywick Jr., 59 Silver Street. The last one we had prepared was KC Building LLC, 59 Hilder Street. And the one
other one
before
was-
that we had was another 59 Hilder Street. So the
Premium
last-
homes.
Are they all under one, different LLCs, all under the same location?
Russ Traywick.
So all,
He's
okay,
the one that's
under
building
different,
Colonel
okay.
Rolls Drive. Yeah.
Different
I remember, but
different
they're all-
entities, same
All
manager,
under the same roof.
Yeah.
same manager.
Okay. So I wasn't sure if it was just something carried over or,
I had to double check too.
Okay, yeah, no, all right.
So there's, I provided a plan showing basically what's there now and highlighted an area where the trees are. And I provided several pictures showing the dead trees. Matt's been out there at least once that I know of and took a look at them. They've been there a while, but now that we've got winter coming, what he'd like to do is get in there and cut the trees down, you know, leave whatever height snag the commission would like. But he wants to do it, he didn't want to do it in the summer, he wants to do it in the winter when the ground is frozen so that the crane doesn't dig up the yard too much. So we'd like to get a negative determination to get that done. I know Matt had some comments as well, so I'll turn it back over to the commission.
So,
It says the only handheld machinery is allowed in the work area.
Chainsaws.
But are you taking a crane in as well?
No, the crane will be out in the yard area,
Okay, all right.
out in the yard, and they can reach in and just pull them up.
so what is the height of these trees?
Some of them are 60 feet, 50 to 60 feet, maybe taller. I didn't really measure them.
Okay, it just, yeah, I mean.
All the ones that are close enough to fall in the yard area, that pose a threat. They're the ones
Falling in
that-
the yard area or falling on the house? Because if it falls in the yard area, I don't care. If it's gonna hit the
Well,
house,
the
that's
patio area.
different. But if it's gonna fall in a yard, I don't think that would be reason for us to be taking trees down.
If they're
Well, the
already
biggest
dead, what would you think of taking the,
Well, we could
Nature
butt
would-
log them, or, you
well, that's what
know.
they're talking about doing, but only an 8-foot butt log. The other thought that,
We could leave them 20 feet. We don't want to have them falling in the pool area while there's kids out there. That's the biggest concern.
and I, you know, some of those pictures showed fallen trees hung up in other trees.
Mhm.
Are the fallen trees, which ones are you taking down? The ones that are already hung up, or the ones that are standing up and,
The ones that are standing up.
okay, because one of the things that I was wondering is, I don't know how densely vegetated that is because they've already started to decay, do we just say, you know, forgetting about leaving a butt log or whatever, instead of removing it, just taking that dead and decaying piece and having that, laying it on the ground so that it returns the nutrients to the soil, as
Sure.
opposed to taking it off site?
Yeah, we wouldn't be opposed to doing that.
Okay,
We're just trying to, you know, prevent any accidents, whether it's falling on the house, the pool, children, adults. But if you want to just, you know, cut them at like this height, 15 or 20 feet or something like that, take the top and lay it down, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Me too.
Matt?
That's certainly, I just would like, were they marked?
No, I didn't go over.
That would just be, you know,
Yeah, and
mark
then
them.
you could go out and
mark them
just
in
do a
advance- Mark them in
visual too, yeah.
advance, so I can confirm that, you know, what's
So we don't
what's
come
to be
out and
removed
it's,
is.
you know, I know what they want to do,
Yeah.
but how many times have we seen, you know what you want to do, you know how it should be, and then we go out and say, what the heck happened?
The guy with the chainsaw shows up.
Yeah, I know, and hasn't been part of the discussion, you know?
So, yeah, I mean, that would just, if the commission is entertaining a conditional negative, would just be, have them marked in advance
Yeah,
to
we
review
go
and
check it
approved
out.
by the agent.
Okay. Any comments or questions from members of the audience on this? So, do you have enough information for conditional negative?
Yep, that they be tagged and reviewed and approved by the commission in advance, or commission or its agent.
Okay, can I have a motion?
And at the 20 feet.
Yeah, and,
Yeah,
20 feet.
okay.
Standable box. There you go.
Can I have a motion for conditional negative?
So moved.
Second,
All those in favor?
Aye.
Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to our 7:50 PM agenda item.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's a public hearing for Hammer 23 Tenny Road.
Under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, Section Act, Westford's non-zoning wetland bylaw, Chapter 171. Westford Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, November 12th, 2025, 2025 at 7:50 PM in meeting room 201, Town Hall, 55 Main Street, to consider the after-the-fact notice of intent application of Tatum Hammer for the replacement of a culvert completed under an emergency certificate where Spalding Brook passes under an existing driveway within jurisdictional wetlands and associated 100-foot and 200-foot buffer zones at 23 Kenny Road, Assessors Map 40, Parcel 29, Lot 0.
For the record, you are?
Tatum Hammer. That's 23 Teddy Road.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess Frank's not here. Okay. The commission may recall an emergency certificate was issued back in July-ish, maybe, for the emergency replacement of the failing culvert under the driveway. Again, included in the notice of intent application was started off with the emergency certification, the fire prevention officer's determination that the driveway was impassable by any fire apparatus, and a photo showing the cavity on the upstream side of the culvert, kind of necessitating the replacement. As part of the emergency certificate, after the fact notice of intent was required to be filed for review by the commission for consistency with the appropriate and applicable mass stream crossing standards. Was prepared, filed. Again, it is they're not calling it a limited project. Oh, that's surprising. Signature page, fees. Included in the project narrative was, included in the emergency certification was the, and later provided was the, the consistency with the stream crossing standards included in the memorandum from as originally provided to the commission, or provided to myself on behalf of the commission for the replacement of the stream crossing standards. Again, where an existing corrugated metal pipe was presently in place, it was basically same size, same location was determined, so it did not improve any of the stream crossing standards. But again, the commission can make a finding that, again, the maximum, it complies with the stream crossing standards to the maximum extent practicable. Again, the July 18th letter from the engineering firm certainly outlines that, kind of the limitations on complying with stream crossing standards. DEP has reviewed and provided. They have provided an as-built. It was close. The as-built in is slightly higher. Again, as-built out is also a little bit higher than what was proposed. But photos provided by the property owner, included in the revised meeting package, shows that under flowing conditions, the culvert is flowing. There's no backup. There's no scouring. DP has issued comments regarding the tied with the issuance of the DP file number. Again, had some comments about more on the WPA Form 3, and they requested that the impacts to the jurisdictional resource areas be quantified, requiring a formal delineation by a qualified professional, and the bankful width of the stream be determined. Again, I defer to the commission. Again, this was kind of, it's a unique situation as, you know, as opposed to, say, the public works culvert replacement where there's a presently an existing condition and a future condition once it's replaced. I'm not sure. I mean, I think we can have the wetlands present, have an as-built delineation, determining the resource areas presently there. But again, we can't go back in time and delineate what was
The
previous.
before, we can't determine the precondition.
Exactly.
We can't document the precondition.
Right.
Yes.
Well, the precondition is it was pretty much collapsed.
No, but the buffer, the location of the wetlands and stuff like that. With the,
Yeah, I mean, I know where this is. It hasn't really been any issues. It was pretty, you know.
But I've driven
Trust
by,
me,
checked it.
Yeah, I mean, I know exactly where this is and,
Mhm.
you know, no issues.
When was work done?
In July.
July.
End of July. Yeah.
So,
Right now, you wouldn't know that anything happened.
so is DEP is saying they would like more information, but in terms of us responding to the NOI,
Right, I mean, I think, again, I think it's appropriate for the commission if, you know, to have an as-built, then it's a record for the property owner
Yeah.
in, you know.
But other than that, I don't.
The last
you know,
culvert
just to
lasted
memorialize
25.
what was there, is it impeding flow or anything like that? No, flow is just fine.
so the as-built is, so the additional thing we need is an as-built, and then that would let us close out the NOI?
Well, no,
Oh.
well, would be to issue an order of conditions,
Okay.
you know, with, you know, making up the appropriate
Sort
findings
of after the
based.
fact.
And okay.
Right, I mean, it's
an
kind of,
after-the-fact
it's
order
kind
for what's
of
taken
issue an order of
place.
conditions, record it, if there's any, if the commission has any, you know, kind of follow-up, you know, next time that there's low flow conditions, you know, within 3 years issued of the order of conditions, you know, document that there isn't scouring at the outfall or, you know, something like that
Yeah.
to try and
It's
again,
fine, yeah.
address DEP's comments and, you know,
It's
make sure
fine.
that, you know, the flow's
Agreed.
appropriate. But, you know, and then after, you know,
Yeah,
2 years.
as
if-
minimal as possible now.
But
Yeah.
right, because it's already done, it's, you know, we're
Yeah.
just kind of memorializing it
Yeah.
and documenting that.
So from our action perspective, we need to draft and issue order of conditions. The as-built comes before or after that?
I would say the as-built would be before, because this, you know, we're gonna wanna
that goes
say,
with-
here's what the conditions presently are, and, you know, it seems consistent with,
And you understand about getting the as-built?
Not 100%.
Okay.
My question is, I guess my concern is whether it will resolve whatever DEP is asking for.
I mean, we can try
It
to
should-
the
it should.
best, you know, again, I don't want to have the commission issue an order of conditions, you know, for me to prepare and draft, the commission issue this only to have DEP appeal it.
Yeah,
you know,
or supersede it somehow.
Right,
Yeah.
and so I would like to make sure we're not putting both the commission and yourself in that situation. And a lot of that, you know, is kind of, you know, follow back up with Frank as to, you know, what, you know, hearing from the commission, let's get an as-built existing condition survey and delineation of the wetland resources. And then have that be a part of the order of conditions with which we issue.
So you can condition for us to have additional expenses to this project that's already ballooned.
Again, so this is,
Because it was within it was the stream, and all of the work was done directly down into it, and I don't understand, there's photos from during the process, there is photo evidence that it was contained within the vertical of the project. So I don't understand how having to incur another expense at this point has any actual bearing on how the wetlands were impacted.
I mean, again, so in terms of the performance standard, you know, the performance standards for the resource areas affected, including bank, you know, what do they say, bank, land under water body, you know, those are to be met, you know, as this is it's not a limit project, as it's being proposed, the commission needs to make sure that the impacts to the jurisdictional resource areas haven't been, have been achieved or met to the maximum extent practical. And again, this is, the emergency certification said there was a failing condition, replace it, but you will need to come back because, we need to make sure that flood capacity, the flood capacity was not degraded, that the land underwater body within the culvert is still, is still consistent and not, just a flat bottom pipe. Those types of things.
So the as-built plan is part of documenting that what was put in place through the emergency process was appropriate.
Yes, and and
Complies with state regulations.
Right, because otherwise everybody would just be waiting to, for a culvert to fail, would wait for a culvert to fail, issue it with an emergency, and then completely ignore the stream crossing standards and the performance standards for the resource areas. So it's not, this is, I understand there are costs associated with these things. But that's the cost to do, I mean, you can appeal to the commission could say, we agree with you. We don't, what was provided is sufficient. Here's a draft order of conditions. It gets issued. DEP appeals it, and now you're dealing with DEP, to make sure. We're trying to
Avoid that.
I mean, or if you want to go that route, I mean, that the commission, as the authority having jurisdiction, can
It's like
make.
one more safeguard
So,
to do it, it's like one more safeguard.
so I guess with the as-built plan followed by an order of conditions, we are basically saying this is how the process goes. If we don't go for the as-built, then it becomes DEP has the opening that says what we did in terms of documenting after the fact was insufficient, so they can come in with their own requirements. Is my understanding. Yeah, so
Either way, someone's gonna make you prove it.
So you're gonna need an as-built plan and something that says that,
The existing conditions of the delineated wetlands. No, the existing conditions of the proximate wetland resources, not an I'm saying an existing condition as built interchangeably incorrect.
Cost her?
No, I'm sure she has an idea. I don't know what was included.
Included in what? I have no.
No, I don't. You've engaged with she asked asked what the cost would be to have it delineated.
Right.
I have a ballpark of. I mean, anytime you're getting a wetland scientist out, it's probably $2,000,
Wow.
$2,500.
That's a lot of money.
I mean, and this. So
That's it, what it is.
right, and so I don't know how. I'm trying to preclude,
What you're trying to do is avoid her having to do it from another end, from somebody else.
with DEP. But the commission could certainly, if the commission wants to make, to progress with issuing an order as provided, that's certainly,
I mean, can I ask, is there anything to lose if the commission were to approve it? Wouldn't I be essentially hoping that the DEP says they don't need anything further because the commission has approved
Yes.
it? In which case, I wouldn't be out the additional funds.
Or they might have required, in which
That-
case you might be out more.
I
But
think
how-
we would
that's
need
what-
to
guess
have
what
some
I'm-
sort of as-built. We would require that of anybody.
And so, but not just an aspect of what the technical details of the culvert, but the technical details of the resource area around the culvert? I mean, where I'm struggling a little bit is with this as-built, what would that contain that's not already in what's been provided by Dillis and Roy?
I mean, so as part of, there has not been a wetland delineation.
So they're just
They've provided, kind of
structural details,
the
but
sketch of, the
Okay.
inverts, they've shot those. But there is no, they have some hydraulic notes, again, of of what was existing and what was as it was replaced. They have, their construction details, they have, again, kind of what they're proposing to do.
so no resource area.
But no
details.
resource area delineation has occurred.
I mean, on the other side of that culvert, you got what? Was before it is, but are you asking for them to go out and have it flagged and have it?
Yeah, I think that's what DEP and their comments are saying.
Well, it's gonna be right up to the, the invert and the outlet. I know what they're saying. I know what needs to be provided.
So in terms of, part of where I'm struggling is we don't see these, do we? Normally it comes in before the fact.
Yes, again, this is a unique circumstance where the work has already been done.
Yeah.
This is, had this been 2 years ago and Dilson Roy had, provided and filed a notice of intent and gone through this. This is the things with which they, DEP would have, in evaluating what was provided as a from start notice of intent, from work is being only proposed, not work has already been completed.
And but that's also something this is something DEP would be looking for and we would be looking for as well if the NOI went through the standard process.
Yes.
So, in terms of figuring out how to move forward,
So you're telling the individual, the homeowner, that you should probably get the wetlands flag
yes,
and have an as-built.
Existing conditions.
To the extent that they can.
Yes.
It would make sense to maybe call this Alicia Gielan or whatever her name is, this person, the POC, the bottom there, and ask, is that gonna be sufficient? Is that exactly?
We can ask. Again, in my experience with DEP providing technical comments, because they still want to be able to review and not be prejudiced by, you don't get multiple technical comments from DEP. DEP issues one set of technical comments based off of what was, originally provided, and they put it on the commission to, kind of the authority having jurisdiction to.
So if we provide them this map with flagging or whatever, what are they gonna do with it?
it becomes part of the record.
Right.
And if the culvert hadn't already been replaced, that's what we would be asking for as well, and then we would issue order of conditions.
But it had been. It's done.
Good.
So what are they gonna use a wetlands mapping for now? For the next time that the culvert crashes?
I guess they're gonna weigh what was there pre-existing to what's existing and say this is good enough.
What was pre-existing? What was
Pre-existing
when it was
conditions,
crushed?
yeah.
When it was failed?
Or what the wetlands conditions were like at the time that it did fail.
Do we?
'Cause that's what we would typically see too.
So,
We would have seen wetlands flagging.
This notice of intent was filed because under the town's, either the town's wetland bylaw or the rules and regulations promulgated thereto, for an emergency, for emergency certification, and notice of intent has to, a filing with the commission has to, come in after the fact.
So it's dotting the i's and crossing the t's.
Right, so it's the commission so it's the town, the town's regulations required this after the fact notice of intent. It wasn't, there's no regulations or to the best of my familiarity, I don't think you need to follow up with a notice of intent under the state's wetlands regulations.
I just don't see what the use of it's gonna be.
I mean, if this is, I mean, if we want to continue, I'm more than happy to find the citations, double check the wetlands regulations to say, if this is, if the commission says, this, we're not getting any new, the final condition, the final state, as presently is,
So how deep? I think where you're going with this is, it's what level of detail do we need to go to document the wetland conditions after the project has been completed? And it's, in terms of what you're saying now, is taking the time to go back and ask the question to make sure that is what's required in this case, because we've asked for because we've required an NOI filing in the local regulations. What exactly is needed to for DEP to say yes, we've met the bar?
Yes. And again, maybe that's, to Jim's point, I can certainly reach out to the.
That would be.
Okay. Why don't we?
And try, and at least phrase it as that as.
And explain it as if the prior culvert was crushed and failed.
Yeah, oh, yeah, and again, she had
We don't have a mapping for that timeframe.
Mhm.
But
Okay.
it wouldn't have been useful anyway because the culvert was crushed and failed. Today, we have a new culvert in there with this information. Here's the size of it. What else do they want?
Yep.
Yeah, get clarification that what we think would be considered adequate.
And it's a hardship to do more, so do we have to?
Well, it's not a hardship, it's what people would have to do. It's just that, yeah, it's not a
I hear you.
hardship, so don't
I'm
say
just trying
that.
to figure out what
Financially.
can they do with it?
Yeah, I got that.
Well, but it just,
So is it necessary?
That's what I'm thinking.
yeah, well,
It's
and,
necessary, let them find out what we need to meet the minimum performance standards to make the department happy. Let's continue this and have
Okay.
further discussion at a following meeting.
so, okay, so Matt will reach out to DEP and we will continue this public hearing to December 10th. Okay. Can I have a motion to continue the public hearing to December?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we will see you on December 10th. Moving on to our 8 PM public hearing. It's a continued public hearing for 15 Island Path Road.
Set. All right, for the record of Dan Doherty, we were here the last meeting discussing rebuilding the wall at 15 Island Path. We have since hired Jeff Hannaford from Norris Services, and he developed a plan that I think everyone has.
I'll let Eric. I gave it out at the site.
Yeah, that's
visit.
fine.
Yeah.
So the DEP asked us for more information, and this is what is the result of that.
This is the one without the yes, the other day.
Jeff,
Yeah, we'll share.
nothing really changes. If you drop it down a little bit there, Matt, it shows the wall being, as it's going to be built. Other than that, it's the same as we had talked about in the previous. So, anybody has any questions? Or?
Well, people who think about their questions, so that tree that's up there, is that going to remain or does that?
That stays.
That stays, okay.
We're not proposing to take any trees down.
Okay. It just, when I look at the plan and questions come to me, in terms of where there's that line that indicates the main high water mark. And it shows the boulders going beyond that. So it's not quite clear to me with the plan. Are the outer edge of the boulders going to be in line with the rocks that you currently have in place?
Yes,
Okay.
there's basically a footing on the water. I think it shows that in the pictures from the last meeting.
Okay, yeah, but it just, part of me is understanding where we are now, where we're gonna get to. With that plastic fence, the 18-inch plastic
We
fence.
just showed that, that's just something that my brother-in-law put up to keep the ducks
Okay, so that's,
crapping on the lawn.
so that, is that the kind of thing, because I was just.
It's
so
removable.
It's removable, so it won't get in the way for
Yeah,
loading
it's
and
just like one of
seating.
those little plastic numbers that
That
doesn't work, by the way, so.
Okay.
You still get in there.
They can fly. So where the retaining wall is going, and there's, I will call it the little cove with where the steps are. Is the retaining wall going to kind of taper down to tie in with like where the stairs are and where there's no retaining wall shown? Have you figured out how you're going to handle those transitions?
Where it's broken down, if you have the little, here it is.
Yeah.
Here's my little thing. Am I doing that or you?
Yeah, that was you.
Isn't that?
No, red button at the,
Right here, right?
other way.
Yeah, that's what I just did.
There you are.
Yeah. So if you're looking at where the wall's gonna come down, it goes right into this area right here doesn't need any kind of rip.
Okay.
But anything that's broken down here, it's kind of like right at this point here, and that's gonna be all redone, that's gonna be redone.
Yeah, but, and Matt, if you can, well, actually, if you can just kind of slide over to, so I look at all this detail, I look at the rocks, I look at the crushed, the stone wrapped in filter fabric, the coarse sand and gravel, and it's kind of like, at some point, this cross-section is going to have to taper into or be modified so that it fits into where you're not making any alteration, and I'm just.
You're wondering how that transition is going to
Yeah.
occur?
Well, essentially.
Will it be a hard stop, or will it be just kind of a gradual tie into the existing conditions?
It's just gonna tie right into it. We're just gonna put it where the way it was built before. Go back to all we're doing now is that when it was built, we had a permit 30 years ago, the same property. And all we did was basically have this set up here all the way down. All we're doing is replacing that kind of a setup with a bigger stone, so when the water comes in the winter months, from this column from, the water's there, the waves and whatnot, it's gonna hit a bigger rock, it's not gonna move.
No, but I'm thinking about all the stuff, is as you're building this wall, you're putting all the stuff behind it. You get to where all of a sudden you're not putting big rocks in there anymore. How are you going to transition that, what looks like a couple of feet of height-wise, 1 to 2 feet of the 3/4 to 1.5 inch stone, and then the sand is it looks like at some point you're going to you're not going to put those boulders there, you're not going to put anything behind them. How does that tie into the existing grade right next to
Well,
it?
we're proposing to do the whole perimeter with the larger stone.
But not in that little cove area.
Well, we'll have larger stone from the stairs out and from here up.
But
This wall isn't gonna get touched at all, that's a solid wall.
Right, and.
But how you transition into that existing wall with the new wall that you're building is what she's asking.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's in the same fashion, we're gonna have the fabric, we'll excavate just a little bit behind that, and,
so you'll taper it down, but you won't put the big rocks in front of it?
no,
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand.
okay.
Easy enough?
There
Okay.
you go.
Okay.
No.
I forget, what did we ask Dan the last time? What did we ask him to?
Again, DEP had not issued a file number. They wanted a formal plan prepared, showing, again, the resource areas, and, what was to be proposed. Again, this was, largely transcribed from the handwritten detail from, largely based on that 1990 plan. My one comment to the drafter was they're showing the 100-year floodplain at this elevation 171.5. That's based off of a FEMA loan, letter of map amendment from 2010. Since then, the FEMA maps have been revised for that portion of town, with which the floodplain largely coincides with the edge of the water. Again, just if the commission can either say, again, it doesn't really change much one way or the other.
Do you want them to take the line out and move it?
Well, I don't know. I want the commission to, make a determination of whether to leave it at 171.5 based on the LOMA, or we, have them show it as the effective FEMA flood rate map, just so that the commission can make a finding that, the bordering land subject to flooding, which is the 100, the 1% annual flood risk, the 100-year floodplain, is accounted for, because again, that is a jurisdictional resource. And again, as proposed.
Well, it kind of mimics the location where he's going to be putting the stone wall.
Right, and to the point of, so everything, say, lakeside of this elevation is considered bordering land subject to flooding, and would require that no loss of flood capacity.
He has this existing line from 2010, 2012. Right. So can you just draw in the new one on the existing one?
That, again.
And that would be simple enough,
right,
and then we could label the two and say, I don't want to have to add anything more to it.
Ultimately, the commission needs to make I would say the commission needs to make a determination about what is the bordering land subject to flooding, because in order to meet the performance standards of, no net loss of flood capacity, if it's at the mean, high water the mean high water, it's in here, and it's, at the midpoint of the wall, which again is going to be.
Him, but I hate to have to see him have to redo the map to.
I understand,
but
the commission, in order for, the grading within, say, the black line to the water's edge, any,
So all the sand and gravel and rocks.
Everything that they do has to meet the exact grade of, and so an as-built will require that the surveyor make sure that this 170, this 170 line is this 170 line. So if we, I'm sure at the time.
You just want him to move the line to the more current line?
So what?
Use the more current information.
Use more current information.
And put the line in.
Yeah.
So are you saying that I have to build a wall to that height?
No.
No.
No, is the 100-year floodplain is obsolete information.
The one you're giving us and the revised one's better for you. We just need to see the revised one located on the plan.
If it said something like, if the current 100-year floodplain was accurately depicted on the map, it would be coincident with the mean high water line?
Yeah. But right now, the plan has outdated information, which will make it more complicated for you once the project is done. So it would be better if the engineer had given you up-to-date floodplain information on this map to reflect today's reality.
Well, I thought that the plan that he used, didn't he say that he used
Yeah, it's this elevation from this,
You had an
Right,
email
from an older-
conversation- You had an email conversation.
right, and, you know, this is, you know, when the previous floodplain for, you know, this portion of the lake was graphically represented, I'm sure all of the property was covered, and the dwelling was then subject to getting flood insurance. Even though, based upon, you know, this letter of map amendment, the bottom of elevation, the lowest adjacent grade elevation is 172.1. Again, I don't know how this was determined to be, whether that's the top of the spillway of the dam, or
It was determined by the dam, I know that.
Right.
From all the other ones we've done on the lake, so.
it's beneficial for your project to have the 100%, use the current FEMA flood map for Nab Lake.
So you want a revised plan showing the revised floodplain line?
The current FEMA flood rate.
So you, on the as-built, he can just show it and call it a day?
No, not
No,
on
he
the
wants-
as-built,
he wanted to
on
see
the
on this
plan of
one.
record.
Right, and that's, so that then we don't need to make sure, you know, do spot grades and determine the elevation to make sure that this existing 170 elevation is 170. You know, you go up half an inch, you go up 3 inches, you go up an inch. That is a loss of flood storage capacity, and that is, you know, so relocating that to the current FEMA flood rate maps is beneficial for you.
So you want a revised plan?
And if the commission is amenable, can draft special
Yeah.
conditions for the December
So he
meeting.
doesn't lose time, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Any questions from the audience?
yeah. Are there any comments or questions from members of the audience on this project? No. So you'll get us an updated plan with, using the current FEMA flood information, and we will have a draft order of conditions for our December 10th meeting that Matt will send you beforehand for review.
Okay.
Okay. Can I have a motion to continue the public hearing to December 10th?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to our 8:10 PM agenda item. It's a request to replace stairs and retaining wall at NAB Improvement North Beach.
Included in the commission's meeting packet was the materials provided at the commission's last meeting. A, just so it got in the meeting packet, and B, for the larger distribution for review. Additionally, received Monday, Tuesday, at some point you guys sent. Received letters sent by Mr. Kanata to the adjacent abutters. Do you know when you mailed them?
We mailed them on Monday, the 3rd, and they were all received on Tuesday, the 4th.
Okay.
Received by individuals, too.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
The tracking, okay.
You still got the certified receipts if you need.
Yep, I have the certified receipts, too. And,
That's all.
Same plan as before?
Yeah, these are the plans from the last meeting.
Our last meeting, yeah.
And we also had followed up the certified letters with emails as well to everybody.
Okay.
One of the questions you sent today, Matt,
Mhm.
unfortunately, I was out of week, I didn't get this till 6:10
Yeah, it's not-
tonight.
this
So,
afternoon.
I know you wanted this height, which is, the first one is gonna be roughly 28 inches.
Okay.
28 to 32, depending on the thick cap will be when we bury it. And the other one will be 42.
Okay.
So I think that's all you really need, because it had, you asked for this again, but that's already was on there.
No. Okay, so I was the one who was asking.
Yeah, but those are the.
Well, no, but it just,
Approximately 25 feet, that was 20 feet.
And between,
With a fence,
from the fence
25.
down to this
This section,
this section there, what's that approximate distance?
25, 25, 20.
I believe the total beach is about 100.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's
Yeah.
probably 30. By
It just,
mathing it.
it's, you know, is,
so it'd be like 30 feet.
yeah, but it's seeing it on the plan, so the information is all in one place. You know, I'm not asking for a new plan, but it's just, okay, so the distance there is approximately 30, a little note next to each of the wall that says approximately 28 inches, approximately 42, so that there's one place that we look to get all that information. The other question where you were talking about this infiltration area where you're going to put in crushed stone and filter fabric, it's what are the dimensions? You know, is it 3 feet wide by 6 feet long? You know, do you expect it to be 2 feet deep? It's that kind of,
This would be 10 to 12 feet from the tree,
okay.
face of the tree.
No, but in the area where you're putting the crushed stone, do you have you done your planning to the detail that says, okay, the area where the crushed stone is going to be is approximately, you know, if it's 10 feet from the tree, you know, how long is it from the steps?
It'd be on like a foot behind it. That's it.
But, you know, length times width, what's the,
Length times width times depth, you know, and it just, it's
So-
making note of, like even with a little arrow that says from the tree to the back of the walls, you know, what's that distance from the side of the steps to the property line? What's that distance? How deep do you plan to make that infiltration basin or whatever it's going to be? You know, is it going to hold 2 feet of water? Is it going to hold 10 inches? That level of understanding what you're building.
Essentially, this whole project is just to stop erosion, and nothing short of that.
But
to Margaret's point, what, at the end state of it, I'm gonna go out with what was approved, you know, what the commission reviewed and approved, and go out there and say, did they comply, you know?
Yeah.
It was proposed to be 10 by, you know, 18 feet, okay. And it's 10 by 18 and a quarter, it's 10 by, you know, it's 11 by, you know, how closely was it complied with? Because that's the again, these, you know, with this being an order of conditions for a maintenance, you know, kind of allowing, you know, the annual maintenance and, you know, unlike a house where, you know, you're going to do your project and you're going to come back to the commission seeking a certificate of compliance, you're not going to seek a certificate of compliance, you know, where I'm going to kind of have that opportunity to review it. So, you know, to the chair's point of this document is going to be the document that is followed in terms of, you know, ensuring that what was reviewed and approved by the commission was complied with.
And it's also going to be complete enough that when you've got crews out working there, it's clear to them, oh, it's going to be roughly this long, it's going to be this wide, it's going to be this deep. You know, those large rocks, how tall are they going to be?
Well, that's kind of the point, that this is the crew.
Yeah.
This is kind of a volunteer situation here. I'm volunteering my time for this. So we're not spending any money. That's why you see all this crudeness. You know,
Yeah, but what she wants is a little more additional detail so that Matt can go out and approve it and say.
Is you're going to go out and have to find these big rocks. I'm assuming that you've kind of looked at it in place and said, okay, we need rocks that are 2 feet tall, we need rocks that are 3 feet tall. Those are the extra notes I'd like to see on the plan so that it kind of shows us, it shows that as you're getting ready to start the work, you've already thought out what's required in these plans, you've made the notes, so that it's a plan that's all thought out, and it becomes that much easier for you when you get out there and you start doing the work. The other thing is behind the large rocks, so you're going to put filter fabric with all of that crushed stone. So I'm thinking about, is there stuff, is runoff or infiltration going to be able to go between the rocks? Because they're obviously not going to fit together like square blocks.
It's to get the material not to flush through it.
Yeah, and so this is where I'm looking I know that this, this block system, it's going to be figured out, so that's nice and tight. But thinking about that infiltration thing, is what are the plannings, what are the construction details so that we don't have things failing?
Okay, the reason why I chose to do it that way instead of all ideal block is because we've done it, as I said at the previous meeting, we've done it 3 times on that lake already. It's already been approved, so I thought it was a system that this board really liked. As it came from long sought for you, I think you were the one that originally said that's what you liked.
And I do, but what I'm not seeing here is the level of detail that says, this is what, this is what's planned, that, this is what's going to go behind the big rocks. This is how tall the rocks are going to be, is really to make sure that we've got a plan that's completely thought out. We know what it's going to look like. So when Matt goes out there, this is very nice 2-dimensional, but part of it is understanding what you're going to do from a 3-dimensional perspective.
To move this forward, would the commission entertain approving subject to the additional information required, to be reviewed by myself and the chair?
Oh, sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
So that there's, we're moving this forward, again, we're not continuing it for, kicking the can another 4 weeks. And it's, get the, have the detail added to this plan, we have a final, this is what it is, and go forward from there.
It's just a few things.
Yeah,
They are.
it's notes,
Just looking for more detail, so that's fine.
Additional dimensions of what the plan contains. Okay?
They can show you.
Is that good with you?
Would the commission entertain a motion to?
Can I have a motion to allow, so when an updated plan with the additional dimension information has been provided, that our agent, in conjunction with the chair, authorize the applicant to proceed with the project?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our 7:15 PM agenda item. It's a minor modification request for 120 Main Street and discussion of an enforcement order.
8:15 item.
Waiting.
Yes.
Good evening. Waterman Land Tech Consultants, for the record. Patty D'Angelo is here. And her husband is also here in the audience. I forget his first name.
Larry.
Larry, thank you.
We're the homeowners now of 120.
Homeowners of 120 Main Street, lot number 2, which is the Hicks property. We were at your last meeting on October 29th. We had filed the certificate of compliance with some changes. Obviously, the house, the driveway, the utilities out front were very consistent with the plan. There was discussion at the last meeting about the changes with the pool, the shed, and the fence that varied. And obviously, the commission expressed some concern or some frustration. We've since kind of worked with Matt, come back with some potential changes, which is on the screen tonight and in your packets. We did review alternatives with Patty. I had kind of come up with some preliminary kind of ideas, the day after the meeting, and then Patty, with her kind of understanding of the meeting, requested that we remove everything out of the riverfront, with the exception of the pool. This includes the shed, the pool equipment, and modifying the fencing. They're all kind of shown in red. The proposed changes, the blue line is an erosion control line that would go in temporarily for this work. So the fence is kind of the rectangular shaped, trapezoidal shape. That'll get pulled out and right close to the walkway around the pool, and then kind of squared off with the yard area. We did request that the kind of do it as a modification. The order of conditions is still valid. I just thought it was and relatively consistent with the approvals, obviously with the exception of the pool. I know Patty has worked with the contractors. She started to coordinate some of this work. She's got quotes, and honestly wants to get the work done as soon as possible. I did send Matt Salem a confirmatory deed today that was recorded. That was one other item that was outstanding, that clarifies that this lot is subject to the order conditions and that homeowners in the future are aware of the buffer zone and the requirements with the orders and conditions. And I know Eric had asked about reducing the buffer zone or the impacts within the riverfront. You can kind of see that erosion control line. That was the original approved line, that EC line that cuts through the middle of everything. And then there's a small area, and I have my little red dot. This area obviously is a triangular shaped area that's behind the approved limit of work. But we did pick up a larger area here, and that honestly was, just trying to accommodate some of the concerns with the disturbance. The pool area, there's an additional 325 square feet, but actually we pick up 365, so it's a net improvement of about 40 square feet. So we did try to address, or be consistent with the previously approved plan. You can see the shed is over here, it comes straight forward. The pool equipment is in this area, it gets moved over to the shed. When Patty's working with the contractors, that may end up getting slid closer to the house. I know there was some issues with the electric lines and things. It won't go any further back, it just may come forward on inside of this new fence line, which is this red line coming through here. And then again, the fence line is kind of squared up and around the house. I know Patty wanted to just make some comments, and then we'd be happy to hear what the board has to say.
Yes, after the last meeting, everybody was a bit concerned as to how we went so far off the plan. And I emailed Matt a couple things, but I have a couple pictures of the actual barrier that was put up, which was not exactly what was approved. So all the decisions that we made based on putting in the pool relied on two things: staying within the barrier, which was not where it was supposed to be, and there's some type of a drain that runs from the back of the house out to this stone area that we had to stay away from. So if we moved the pool where it was supposed to be, we would have been in where the drain is, and also when the pool company and I were talking, to move it where it was seemed to be the least disturbed area, because we would have had to create a retaining wall. That land is not flat. It's a hill and it drops down to another hill and it drops down again. There's another drain that runs on the side of the house with the big oak tree. Those roots would have been probably disturbed if we had to push the pool out further.
Actually, on the, that thing,
Yeah.
there's a red button, so when if you want to have it, show it, if you want to indicate
go.
at different points.
Okay, so if the pool was initially supposed to be put in this location right in here based on the plan. There's a drain that runs somewhere from the back of the house here into this area here. And the electrical trench where the mechanics are run along the inside here. So at the day of the excavation, between the pool company, the builder, person that was there that said that there was a trench there, talked to the excavator and the pool people and said, we should not disturb this area. This seemed like a more logical area to move it and not disturb as much in this area. We thought we had full reign to use this based on staying within the silk fencing, which I had a picture of that showed was not located in the right place. So all of the decisions that were made, we contracted with a pool company, with Land Tech, and the builder. We thought that we were all operating under the right order of conditions, which I didn't know much about that until after we had already bought the house and we were well into not complying. I got up to speed with all of that. So I didn't want the commission to think that we just, haphazardly did whatever we felt like. We were operating under the drain and the barriers being in the wrong locations, or at least not letting us know that they were there prior to when the pool plan was done. And I know that there's accountability, and after that meeting, I told Matt, let's do everything that we can, and it's gonna be quite expensive to make all of the changes. So,
So Matt, we currently have more than 10% alteration in the outer riparian, correct? Looks like it,
Before or after these changes?
even after. I mean, before definitely.
What does
But
that
we still
mean?
have the majority of the pool, you know, sitting within the.
So, I
outer
mean,
riparian.
it's 10% on the site, isn't it 10% on the site? So it's
As
10.
opposed to the lot?
Yeah, so the overall, so the,
And this was.
I'm looking at the lot.
And it
I'm
was a
not thinking the
redevelopment, too,
site.
So there was.
no,
significant
but I'm saying,
increase.
again, I'm saying, so, you know, as you calculated the alteration within the riverfront area.
I was just talking the net, what we've kind of lost from the approved plan to what we're trying to account for in that, pulling that fence forward, just to show that we're providing a plan that is equal or better than what the commission approved.
Man, I find that hard to believe. You know, I got this whole pool still sitting in the outer riparian zone where prior to that, there wasn't anything there. And we had approved this shed previously in the outer riparian zone like that? In the concrete pool pad pump? Can't think that we approved those like that.
So the approved plan is, again, looking through, is this extent of.
Right, but most of the activities were there, and these things that were currently moving back in, but still, I don't see how there's a net improvement from what we originally proposed.
I think maybe the
Which
only
is what
thing
Matt
that
is
would be
saying.
a smaller pool and not a cabana.
All of that was still outside
So is-
the
is-
outer
is the-
riparian zone.
But is the cabana,
There's no cabana.
okay,
There's just a pool
But
and a
Ken,
shed.
the cabana wouldn't have bothered us because it was outside of the outer riparian zone. It wasn't within it.
so,
But this pool as it is, in this drawing, would never work with the way this backyard is, because the decking would be right into the pool.
okay.
Well, that's not the commission's problem. This was a plan that was presented to us and approved. I mean, we had people come and say, this could work. If you determined after the fact that it couldn't work, you're supposed to come back to us and seek approval to modify.
But I never knew of that information.
But regardless of that, the plan that we approved came before us. We had an applicant before us. And this was the plan, the original plan was approved that could be built as shown. And then we're hearing after, well, it couldn't be. But if it couldn't be, then they're supposed to come back, Matt.
In terms of the building permit that I reviewed showed the pool outside the buffer. That had a certified.
It shows it where it was originally proposed.
I think it was more so this arrangement consistent with where it was.
Prior to. I mean, it was outside, it must have been outside the 200 foot.
Yeah, that was, again, it was this arrangement just.
Well, I'm hearing what Matt
Just
said,
slid
but
over?
I'm finding it hard to believe that we're in a better shape now than we were prior to the plan we originally approved, as far as work in the outer riparian.
And I was talking more along the lines of the approved limits of work, that erosion control line.
Okay. So your comments were not referencing the riparian.
The riverfront is a little bit more complicated, where it was a redevelopment. You had pavement in the back area, impervious area that we reduced. There was areas that didn't have topsoil that we were stabilizing, so there was a lot of other kind of factors that played into this.
So who put in the erosion control in the wrong spot?
I don't know.
No, I'm not asking, I'm asking Matt.
I'm sorry.
No, I believe we staked it out, and I believe the builder, which I think we quickly discussed at the last meeting, where initially when they first came into the site, they were coming in this paved area, and so the erosion control line was here and was supposed to extend back. And similar to this blue line, they put it temporarily here, and they were able to drive up and onto the site. And in that photo that Patty just showed, this area was maintained as lawn area, and he stayed out of it, but he, you know,
It was left disturbed? With it,
it was left as natural, like the lawn area that it was originally. The erosion control was just pushed back here, and it was right in through here, and then it dived off to the back. So there was a change that was done by the builder, which is what Patty is referencing, where they kind of pushed that back.
so was that intended to be an interim alternate location of erosion control?
I
while
think
you-
it was, and then it
And
got
it just
forgotten,
never
but he
got-
never stayed out of it. If you look at this picture, and you can see the erosion control and then the green that was maintained, you know, he strangely didn't disturb that area. But the erosion control got pushed back.
It
and
never
that's-
got reset to match the approved
Correct.
plan?
Which would have been pulling it forward to where that EC line is. I think what we were trying to do was pull everything in that we could out of the riverfront area. We are trying to pull and reduce the fenced area, the backyard area. I know it's a significant cost. I know the commission doesn't have to take that into consideration, but we're talking $15,000 to $20,000. We're not talking thousands of dollars. We're talking tens of thousands of dollars. So it's not something that was taken lightly on and making this decision. And so we were hoping that these efforts that were made would satisfy the commission.
So Matt, how many feet is it into the 200? So from that point.
Roughly 20 feet, I believe. If it's I think the pool is 12 by 20,
12 by 24.
12 by 24, so if you look at the short end, that's 12 feet. So the greatest distance is probably 20 feet, roughly. And it's, you know, it's limited to, the approved limit of work was here, and this is what we're talking, what Eric's talking is that the riverfront cuts through here, and so there's a larger
There's more in the
portion of the
river.
pool in the riverfront. I was kind of talking about that approved limit of work. I wasn't trying to.
But but if you looked at the original plan that we approved, you wouldn't see any of that work in that outer riparian. I mean, I'm seeing the plan I'm seeing now, but our original plan didn't show any of that.
Okay, so in terms of the relocation of the shed, and the relocation of the pool pump equipment,
And a relocation of the fencing.
and so I was kind of doing it a little bit in pieces. So are we happy with where the pool pump equipment and the shed are being moved to?
Yeah, because they're outside of the
Okay.
outer riparian.
And from the looks of it, the fence enclosure, if I'm understanding correctly, it's now pulled back essentially. The area within the fence enclosure, how does that compare to what was approved to be in the fence enclosure? I'm just,
And I don't think we delineate, the approved fence here, there is approved fence, excuse me. It starts down here, proposed fence, comes up, ties into the cabana, comes out of the cabana, goes across, and then kind of comes down and ties in here. It was tight to the pool area
Okay.
proper.
But also within, if this is the
Outer riparian.
200-foot riverfront, edge of the 200-foot riverfront.
Correct.
It did enter into that.
so it clipped into the outer riparian.
Right.
Correct. In this area here.
But that was just a fence.
Yeah, but I'm looking at all the pieces that there are to change. You know, there's there's all of the components that ended up not where they were going to be. So there's two structures, there's the fence, there's the pool. I was starting with the easy ones.
So the fence line that comes across, so it comes down to the edge of the pool and then it comes straight across here. Why is that why is the fence here and not like down here? See where the outer riparian zone is right here, that line? You have the fence coming here. So I'm assuming this area in here, which is in the outer riparian, is somehow going to stay altered and maintained. Do you follow me, Matt?
Mm-hmm. So you, for this section of fence, going from the corner of the patio to the property line.
And then you come, yeah,
you
so
would
you've
pull
got
it
all that area.
forward To kind of,
It would have to be before those drains, because those drains are very shallow, so they can't put the fencing. It'd have to be way on the other side.
you're saying
The
like.
front side of those drains.
Yeah, it would have to either be like 10 feet or 20 feet. So
Because when the fence guy talked to me, he said they would have to be well on the other side of that, because they go down deep to put in the pool,
we can certainly look at trying to pick up there. I was also thinking, and I know Patty wasn't a big fan of this, but there is some old fencing that Bob had from the original. It's just wire fencing that still exists along the property line. It's just wire fencing. It's easy to remove. I'm sure we could clean up some of it. You can see it here. There's a wire fence. This is obviously a portion has been removed. But there's actually a second corral fence, and you can see it. It's right on the property line.
Yeah.
We could certainly remove some of that. That's kind of like a wildlife barrier.
It looks like it's actually in the
For little
resource
work,
area.
it's a big benefit, in my opinion, from wildlife movement.
Yeah, and it actually looks like it's in the resource area.
That fencing goes all the way across
It
all those
does. We
lots,
would
all
cut
three
like our
lots.
portions. Like I think we could remove easily the section that, and it would be done by hand. It wouldn't be any work. We could leave the post. It would just be removing the fencing. It's like cow fence. You know, it's 6 foot tall. Whoever remembers going out to look at the wetlands, we couldn't get over the fence. We had to find a spot way down on the left because
Okay.
it was very hard to get over. It wasn't a 4 foot fence. It was tall. Or if it was 4 feet, we couldn't hurdle it because it was still in pretty good shape. But I think we could clip the fence and just make some more improvements in the riverfront. Is what I was thinking.
I mean, really, in the end, the only thing I'd really like to see, if it has to be anything, is that section of the pool and the patio around it, but everything else should be out of it.
Okay, so that's,
So we would pull that fence forward, like in that area that we talked about, where Matt's.
you mean somehow reconfiguring so that that red fence line is a little bit closer to where
So I
the,
actually saw the fence line coming up, going along the
Can you-
pool, coming down.
No,
and
you're
then
saying,
following. And-
you're saying, so you're saying along the edge of the pool, not the patio.
Well, I'm saying at the edge of the patio,
Okay.
but bringing it down like Jim shows, and then along that line.
so on the,
Jim, want to do it?
no, look behind you. Eric, can you,
Bring it down.
This way.
And then come this way. You know, this fence right here, I'd have it come here, and then to the extent that we can get everything we can out of this area. So the only thing that would be in the 200 riverfront would be that section of the pool. Everything else would be pulled
so
out.
trying to have that westerly section of the fence kind of have it.
Well, right now, that fence borders two sides of the patio to the pool. And I'd bring it down and have it border three sides, and then that fence be along the,
We would just have to try and figure out a way to navigate this.
Yeah, no,
The
exactly.
roof drain, whether we could put in a gate, possibly like a 10-foot gate or something. I'm thinking off the top of my head. and
no,
I'm
that's
not
fine.
putting
I know you're
words or
trying, I know
commitments
you
in
hear
Patty's.
what we're saying.
Yeah.
Could you run the fence between those two,
Well, that's what I was thinking, like kind of just clipping this one and then.
yeah.
Come straight
coming
down
up
on
and
the
then coming
same
in front of
line.
this one.
That would probably, if it go between the drains and come to, there's
There,
a,
you can drive.
all right. If you
It's kinda
were
fun, but
able to
annoying at the
bring
same
this
time.
down to here and then across over to this way and get rid of this section and open that back up to the wetlands. So this would go more of a diagonal versus over to here and then over this way.
That gives us less impact on the outer riparian.
So but what you're looking to do is bring as much of that fence down to where the 200-foot.
Down this way and this way to the extent possible.
Okay.
Following that outer riparian line.
Okay.
Matt gets that.
Yep.
So bringing the fence straight over to where the,
We'll come back with a revised plan, just like that.
Yeah,
It's-
getting it to tie
And then
into.
we can have a chance to kind of
We'll
digest
get in
it.
there and then
and
you can regroup and have,
Maybe talk
have
to
a
the fence
chat.
guy if you need to, or
Yeah.
whatever.
Okay.
We're getting there.
It's not an easy ride.
No.
no, there's a lot of moving parts.
Yes.
Patty's been very busy talking to many contractors. I just want to reiterate that. She has not taken it lightly in trying to schedule this and
No, we
to
appreciate the
ensure that it's
efforts.
getting
Yes.
done.
And we
just want to
appreciate-
reiterate that.
We appreciate you being here and coming in and talking to us. A lot of times, it's just the engineer that we're talking to. So we appreciate
No,
your
no, I'm
being part of the
taking responsibility
conversation.
for it, so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Other things, just for, again, kind of included in my kind of prudential things as for an enforcement order. Again, you know, with respect to the special condition, as provided earlier, and I can confirm, the confirmatory deed was prepared and recorded as required in that special condition. Does the commission want to take any action against the pool contractor themselves? Issue an enforcement order to that. And again, we're not issuing an enforcement order tonight. It's something to think of, you know, like, good, again.
So we'll consider it and discuss it at our next meeting.
Right, again,
Okay,
if
yeah.
we're going to say, this is ordered, this is, you know, and document all the things, do we want to, you know, say issue fines to the pool contractor? I want to throw it out there, think it over.
Thinking it's more to the, you know, they didn't put it where the homeowner wanted it, really.
Well, I mean, they deviated from the building permit,
Yeah,
the
I
certified
know.
plot plan on the building permit. That is that is the time I'm looking at it and I go, oh, okay, this is even better than what the commission approved. Sign off.
Yeah.
You know, if it was being shown in the location that it was originally constructed, you know.
Yeah, that's an easy one too.
Right, so, I don't know, but
So,
that's.
okay, we'll consider it.
Yeah.
Just me.
Okay. So what you're saying is that you've given us stuff to think about, but the discussion of the enforcement order will actually be deferred to our December 10th meeting?
Yes, and I will draft the enforcement order for the commission's consideration with placeholders and
Okay.
things to be filled in. Again, ordering work to occur.
Okay. Since this is not a public hearing, we don't have to make a motion to continue something, but we will be
Well,
talking
we're just
about this
gonna
on the
meet
next.
at our next meeting.
Yeah, we'll follow up with everything that's going on at the next meeting.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Moving on to our 8:20 PM agenda item, it's a request to work after December 1st.
So if I can start, included in the commission's meeting packet was the templated email I sent to all projects actively going on, letting them know of the November scheduling for the commission. Included in the commission's meeting packet, revised meeting packet is, don't run away, you're up first.
Sure.
Was a request for an order of, and again, a lot of these, if, in reading them, have a similar trend of, we don't know where we're going to be, you know, 3 weeks out, so we're going to request approval to work after December 1st, and, you know, we'll kind of go from there. So There's certainly similar language.
But usually we like to get more information on where they're at before we just give a blanket on some of this stuff.
Right, so, I mean, and so if the commission, and again, I know some people had conflicts and representatives were unable to attend, but if, I know typically the commission is granted, 6 weeks of approval so that, it gets us through December, gets us through the commission's first meeting in January. If, if the commission has reservations or has specific questions that they'd like to have answered, I'd recommend the commission consider granting work through the first 2 weeks of December.
To December 15th, where we've got the December 10th.
Exactly, so that, we can have somebody.
So I'm good.
Oh, yes, well, actually, so if we approve work through December 12th, that gives us the December 10th meeting to have a follow-up conversation if they're not done.
That's fine.
Yeah, and the biggest one with this one was just trying to get on the schedule for the paver, because there's some parking spaces, and so the paver wasn't committing, they're doing everything else, and they've done a lot. I was talking with the Maury Brothers General Contracting today, and they have done more than I was out there last week, and they've actually done more. So they've been putting in some of the drainage, they've been doing some of the plantings, they've been doing a lot of the work. But the paver wasn't committing to the next week or two, and that was the hang-up.
Okay. So at this point, you're asking for permission to continue with your plantings, posts, and paving up through December 12th?
Yep.
Can I have a motion?
We have that in writing somewhere.
That's, yeah, the plantings, posts, and final paving, I read there.
We can update the letter to say December 12th.
Well,
No, I mean, again, you can request it, and the commission can say.
And we can just say, hey,
Yeah.
we're giving it to you to the 12th.
you could say till April 1st, and we'll say, okay, till December 12th if you need to cut, if
And
you're
then you
not
can
done.
come back with another letter,
Yeah.
Say April 1st too, but that wouldn't.
Yeah.
And then we could change that to an earlier
Okay,
date.
so we will, while you may like a longer window, we'll say it sounds like you expect to be completed
And
by
that should
December
give us enough
12th.
time, absolutely.
And so we will give you to then, that gives you another meeting to come back if we need to extend it further.
Yep, no, that makes sense.
Can I have a motion to approve work at 164 Main Street from December 1st through December 12th?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
What about the next?
that's somebody else.
I think I may have one more, but it's later.
Yes.
Okay. So can I have a motion
Do
to?
you want
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
Just
sure.
be brief, be succinct, and thanks for staying.
Jake Buttrick, 3 Pacific Lane. As you know, I'm here to ask to work past December 1st. We have the foundation in, but they need to backfill and do grading and then stabilization. And again, they're not sure if they can get that done by December 1st. They're trying to. They hope they can, but they're not sure. So we're asking for a little bit of time past December 1st. I said a couple of weeks. December 12th would be fine if you want to put that.
And we will set it up for December 12th. If they're not done, you can come back and then we'll throw it. We will continue to the Friday after our first January meeting.
Yeah.
So you'll never be shut out of work,
Right.
but we're not giving you a blanket all winter.
Understand.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve, to allow for backfilling, rough grading, and stabilizing with straw mulch at 3 Pacific Lane between December 1st and December 12th?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. You're all set. Okay. Who's next?
The Newport Materials, the contractors on the Boston Road Improvement Project, requested to install a subdrain on the westerly side of Boston Road. The subdrain is effectively a French drain that just captures groundwater breakout and kind of conveys that within a stone trench or a perforated pipe wrapped in silt fabric within stone trench, conveying that just so it doesn't break out, and ties into the erosion, into the existing stormwater drains. The drainage presently only is going towards the temporary basin in the laydown yard. They've not connected it to the outfall south of Crown Road, which is jurisdictional. Again, they're proposing a much longer stretch. The portion that's within the commission's jurisdiction is fairly limited to sheet 4, I think, within the 100-foot buffer to the outfall and the intermittent stream between 1 Crown Road and 44 Providence Road. Again, they, are looking to do it, and if the commission has any specific questions, or they were amenable with respect to the December 12th kind of time frame.
They said they were, because their letter doesn't say that, right?
No, again, in speaking with them, again, so if the commission says December 12th is what you got, that's
They're
where
not
the.
Make a motion, Margaret.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the work for Boston Road Improvement Project as outlined in the letter to Matt? Approval to work between December 1st and December 12th.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Moving on to 50 Main Street. On to your next letter.
Oh, yes. This was a request from the project team associated with the J.B. Fletcher Library. They too are proposing to install a foundation drainage adjacent to the larger overflow outfall for the larger infiltration system. They too are hoping to get it done prior to December 1st, but would like a little leeway in terms of delays.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve work to install outfall for the foundation drains at 50 Main Street between December 1st and December 12th?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Lakeshore Drive South.
Again, similar to the request from 3 Pacific Lane, the existing foundation is in. They're backfilling and grading, but would like to request a little latitude for the first few weeks of December.
So can I have a motion to approve work at 50 Lakeshore Drive South for backfilling and grading between December 1st and December 12th?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And second to last, 18 Lawson Road, this is the replacement of a septic system. The property owner is commenced excavating for the septic tanks. They intend to leave the leach field for the spring, but wanted to request permission to work into December to grade and stabilize the disturbed portions associated with the installation of the septic tank and pump chamber.
Can I have a motion to approve the work at 18 Lawson Drive to,
December 12th.
from December 1st to December 12th to stabilize the installation of the septic chamber and, or to stabilize the area where septic components have been installed?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
And I unfortunately, this is an error on my part, we did receive a request on Monday from Lantec and Mr. Waterman requesting work at numerous 427, 429, and 415 Groton Road. It's my failure to not amend the agenda. And if the commission would entertain,
So-
again, I was able to include it in the revised meeting packet, but did not revise the agenda.
I have a motion to approve finalizing the landscape and restoration items at 415, 427, and 429 Groton Road between December 1st and December 12th.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Moving on to our 8:35 PM agenda item. It's a discussion of potential Community Preservation Act applications, and I appreciate your patience very, very much.
Darren Tessadu, 14 Russell's Way. And do you have the email we sent the packet? It was 4 pages and there are 5
Oh, yes.
numbered.
No.
No.
The
There we
test-
go. Oh,
No, up,
What? D. Tessadu?
that one.
no, this is just your email. And
That's a section of the MOU.
yeah, potential.
Westford Gardner? I think that's it.
There you go.
Yep, there it is,
Yep.
right there, those 5. Okay, so it's basically, we'd like to know some definitions on what is a permanent structure and not. So the one we currently have there has 4 posts, and there's, what am I looking for? The footings, it has 4 footings already. It's labeled as non-permanent. It's a wooden structure that couldn't easily be moved, but it has a tarp that is movable. So we're just curious, we're looking to put possibly a new wooden structure that's larger, but also would have similar footings and a wooden structure, but it would have a permanent roof, not that. So we're just looking for some more details on what is considered permanent and not.
Is there a limit on what kind of roofing? Because there's no limit on the,
Okay, so when you say a permanent roofing, do you have more details about what that would be?
Yes, so that's the current structure right there.
Okay.
And that has 4 posts, and below those posts is cement footings.
Okay.
So the new structure below,
Oops.
Ooh,
those are 2 possibilities. Not that one.
Okay.
Those 2 are possible wooden structures. Those would have actually 6. The one on the left isn't quite the size that we want. It would have 6 wooden, and it have footings that are 4 foot deep according to the building commissioner. He said as long as it's 4 foot footings, he's fine with that. So we're just curious if this could be a possible exception to the amount.
I'm confused.
The memory
What
of,
means exception?
the memory of understanding needs permission for any new permanent structures. And it says that conservation is given permission for a tool shed, well shed, kiosk, and that was given, yes.
So the MOU between the Conservation Commission and Agricultural Commission outlines, permanent that, one of the items is no permanent structure will be erected on the Dayland property. They've given permission. In at some point,
That was
February
the
2019, a Eagle Scout proposed to construct the sun shelter. And again, this, in order so that it is consistent with the commission's MOU, it would be constructed of wood and anchored to cinder blocks, so it would not be considered a permanent structure. Again, and so I think what the community gardeners are looking for is what is a permanent, what is a permanent structure footing, what is not a permanent structure footing. So presently, as the building commissioner has offered, I think he's saying a 4-foot sonotube with a concrete footing, correct?
Yes.
So that's 4 feet excavated, 12 feet, 12 inches across. Is that a permanent
Does it come down ever, or it stays?
No, it
No.
doesn't come down, it's permanent.
Right, I mean, that's concrete footing.
Concrete,
So-
it's concrete in the ground as opposed to concrete on the ground.
And so, again, and if the commission is has concerns about, say, concrete in the ground for, to use Margaret's term, there are diamond piers. Again, I know a scout who used them at Grassy Pond as a footing, and it's a precast concrete diamond that long shafts are driven through so that it anchors below. I don't know if that would be an option. Again, if
So what's that versus like, a non, permanent structure? Like, couldn't they put up a large size tent or whatever?
So here, that's one of our options.
Yeah.
So we currently, the one that's already built there now, the building instructor said has to be removed. It's not stable, it's 4x4, it's not 6x6, that one that was originally built. So we're looking to put a new one. 3 of the options have footings just like that one, but 4 feet deep instead of, I think those are like 2 feet deep.
So
And-
those are not anchored in cinder blocks. The existing structure is not anchored in cinder blocks, it's actually anchored in concrete in the ground?
I believe, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, those look like sonotubes, like
Yes.
Okay, so it sounds like it wasn't built as proposed in the minutes.
Right, but it'll be a test when they get taken out.
Yeah,
It wasn't
Yes,
correctly built, yeah.
he said that's not built and we need to remove it.
okay.
So that'll be one thing we need to do is remove that. Then as far as the new one that we'd like, 3 of the options are just like that. They're wood, but with full roofs. The one above is one we want to know if that would be okay. This one is like they have at playgrounds. It's cement, it's metal posts in the ground, and it's a tarp that could be more easily removed and replaced. So this would be a cheaper option, but this is absolutely permanent. It's not like what we have now. This is metal tubes in the ground. So we just want to know, out of our 4 options, is this one even one we can consider?
What about if instead of sonotubes, if they went with helical piers where it's screwed into the ground, the way we've seen that with some decks, would that be something that could be removed?
Decks are a permanent structure, though.
No, but what I'm saying is the helical piers,
like you've drilled
I know what they are,
you've drilled
but,
it
I
in
mean,
as opposed
the difference
to.
between that, it's like, okay, we say something's not permanent when it's sitting on a block, which means that, we could easily move something around. You put something on those types of piers that you're talking about, you're not moving that thing around.
no, but you could, if the community garden was disbanded, my question is, could the helical piers be removed and then they basically just go away?
Yes.
As opposed to excavating 4 feet of concrete.
Yeah.
Again, this is the language from the MOU. I wasn't around when it was written. I'm trying to, make sure that
Truthfully, the last one where he had some steel piers,
But those,
but it was a tent that you could take down. You had these permanent poles, but you could take, is a lot closer to things I see that we're doing.
can we go back to the
We've seen the
picture?
decks that have been built with the screw-in auger bits or whatever.
Yeah.
And those have got to be removed, we'll just reverse this screw on.
Yeah, because these posts here, are those steel posts mounted in concrete as well in the ground?
Gotta be.
I don't have the information on the footings of those. From what we understood is they were just steel posts. They're in deep enough that they're solid.
Okay, so they don't require being secured into concrete. They're just, a
From
hole is dug and they go down in the hole.
What we know, no, we haven't heard back from them. We asked for clarification, we haven't heard back from
Okay.
them.
But the rest of the structure is removable.
Yeah, but.
So, it's
you could
more,
also-
it's more of a temporary type of structure, less permanency than you building something out of wood, screwing it up, and you've got a permanent roof on it. Here, this is just a tarp, basically.
Yeah, well, no, but with the helical pier, I wasn't thinking about what kind of roof was over it. It's just, it goes in the ground, how easy is it to remove it if it's being decommissioned? But yes, if this will work and it's just a hole and you slide the steel pipe into the hole, that sounds like it. I think temporary meaning that if we need to, we can decommission it fairly.
Fairly readily.
I think
Yeah.
all of these, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know, a wood structure hooked into like those concrete or those.
helical
steel-
piers.
Yeah, is more permanent than something like this.
Okay,
Just
well,
my
it's-
opinion.
And the wooden ones are more expensive than that too.
I'm sure.
yeah, if that can be installed without having to sink a concrete footing, it sounds like that's the way
Or
we'd
have
like.
a.
So that's not only
wooden roof
okay,
with
it's
an
preferred.
asphalt, Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
because if it just sinks into the ground, so, it's being decommissioned, you just pull it out of the ground.
So we need more clarification on the footings.
Yeah,
Some of them have an outer pipe, which they hammer in, and then they put this inside that.
yeah, but then you could theoretically pull that pipe out. If
Well, that's what he
you,
comes back with.
Yeah.
Right now, we're just,
but yeah,
We're just getting some information, we
Yeah.
are coming back to the next meeting as well.
Yeah.
When's our next meeting?
December 10th,
Okay.
which is
December
after the,
2nd.
And
December 2nd
if-
is when CPC.
Now, as far as the wooden ones, that fits the garden and everything about a little bit more, and I think some people prefer the look of that. Now, would there be a problem with the size of either 12 by 20 or 12 by 24 of a wooden structure? The current one is 12 by 10, but it doesn't really fit the furniture we have. We have wooden table benches and stuff like that for people to sit on, and that doesn't quite fit many people under there.
It's very small.
Yes. So would there be a problem with if a wood one is approved and we get the funds for it, would a 12 by 20 or 12 by 24 be?
You have so much room there.
are we concerned about the dimensions or we're concerned about the ease of deconstruction?
It's not gonna be temporary. You build something that's 12 by 20, yeah, 12 by 24, that is certainly,
With a roof.
yeah, that's not a temporary structure.
So our-
Designed to support
That was
small-
what our question was, because the one we have now also isn't really temporary. You can't just pick it up and move it. So in this case, yes, this one would be bigger and a lot harder, but that's why we were
But, so it
asking
sounds
for
like
clarification.
the current one was not built to the way it was approved. And
I
that's
don't know,
where
I
we're-
don't know what was
No,
approved or
but
not,
if-
I just know that the building commissioner currently
It's-
said
it
it's 4
sounds
by
like
4, it's
it's-
not 6 by 6. He said it's not sounded, we shouldn't use it, it should be taken down, so that's where our project came from.
Okay,
So let's have him come back with some information on maybe the one that has, uses like basically a tarp for a roof versus, what I would consider a permanent structure, which is a wooden roof structure, that's got asphalt shingle or something. That's a lot more permanent than, holes in the ground with a tarp over it, and you taking the tarp down.
so we're not as concerned about the appearance, we're more concerned about the ability to remove it should the circumstances require.
Mm-hmm, okay.
Okay?
Sorry, I didn't bring my glasses.
So we'll see you on the 10th?
So, yeah, that answers that. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thanks for sticking with us.
No problem.
Okay. Freedom Park improvements.
We received an email from a residents group. They listed a couple things as part of a potential CPA application. Again, I think reviewing the Community Preservation Coalition's allowable project webpage, I certainly think there is some consistency between what they're seeking and what the funds can be used for. Again, I think by also, improving accessibility, I think that's always advantageous. Again, kind of what's the commission's thoughts on, the, again, replacing the dock. I mean, I think they're talking about the fishing pier with a simpler viewing platform that's wheelchair accessible. I don't know if it's, I honestly think it may be easier to just that I don't know if CPA funds could be used for.
What's your question?
I'm thinking more along the lines terms of removing the dock,
The pier.
the pier, whatever, they can fish from the shore.
Right, I mean, again, if that's something, if that's an avenue the commission wants to pursue, there's funds elsewhere.
Otherwise,
But
in 5 or 10 years or whatever it takes for the next one to break down.
To rot, yeah.
We'll be in the exact same situation with no money, no people, and lots of things on the list to do.
yeah, so again, but in terms of the other things, again, I think, low maintenance native shrubs and plantings, I'm, as opposed, again, I think there was, some of the plantings and presently are, kind of were garden type, daylilies and things like that need, if we can shift away from things that require maintenance, things that require to be cut down, and it's, we can just have it be mowed or, kind of trimmed down seasonally after, things go to seed.
It's not a big item, money-wise. It's not a big item.
Well, what they didn't include was the retaining wall
Oh.
that, for that easterly.
The south slope.
Yeah, the easterly slope that, was previously being held by, I don't know, 8x8 wooden timbers that are disintegrating and, something that's going to be a significant, the engineering design for that are, is going to be significant because we want it to be safe. We're trying to, prevent future, kind of erosion of, undermining of these trees. But also it's, going to just
Should get
be.
the price, though.
I
You
don't.
should just ask what,
Is this Forge Village group planning to go to your meeting in?
they can, anybody can come.
Well,
I think that'd be a good place for them to go.
But that just
They can
tells us
figure out-
what the public
but part
wants
of
to
the
do.
challenge
That
is,
doesn't-
is are we trying to do it this year in terms of, the work on that's to stabilize the south slope?
Yes.
So we have a needs that we want to go to CPA or to the CPC because there is a major project there, that needs to be done and funded, and they're coming and saying, we want you to add all of these things to your project.
It's okay.
Because, and some of this is, when you start to talk about the gazebo, the benches, et cetera, replacing the wood with non-wooden stuff that really needs more, in terms of non-wood components, may not have the structurals, may have the replacement, the low maintenance materials may not have the structural strength to do a swap out. So a lot of this there's a level of detail that needs to be looked at. Number 6, what they're talking about is that low planking fence we have between the parking area and the park. They want that replaced with a fence or a barrier. And so some of this is getting into, what we as the commission decide on fencing and other things in the park. They want to look, and we, as the care and custody, basically may say, this is, we're protecting this for open space, wildlife habitat, et cetera. There are things that are inconsistent with the way we manage our property. So, this is, this is a lot of stuff that they'd like to have. They want us to add it to our project. And so, I
think it's good. I think we just need to make sure that it is, as Margaret said, in alignment with what the commission sees as, again, it is a commission, it is a property under the care and custody of the commission. It is called a park. Originally, it was acquired for the preservation of open space. So balancing those two interests, and making sure that, it's being achieved.
we want to, so in terms of what we take to the needs assessment on December 2nd, how complete is that? at this point?
It's a 2 to 3 minute, as, you know, talking with the town accountant, it's 2 to 3 minutes. Just hey, here's what we're thinking about, here's some components of it.
You don't need details.
Right,
Okay,
you know.
so in terms of what our big items are and the big items here that we agree with. Okay.
You need an estimates, that, I mean, this group.
No, this is,
Not for December 2nd.
When does that happen?
December 2nd.
No.
When do you need the estimates by?
I don't have.
When we
a date.
put in the application, I think it's like January 9th or
Yeah, I
something
don't
like
have a
that. I mean, again.
so it'll be here before we know it, but not
Yes,
till
that's
December
the 10 years
2nd.
on December 2nd is to get a sense of what the town, what people feel that they need.
How big the bread boxes are.
They're not we're not, you can tell us.
No.
that, what it's gonna cost, but it isn't, it's more of what we need. What have we spent money on, and when we discuss it, what have we spent money on in the past? What have we maybe done a lot of things for in the past and never done in this area or something like that,
Okay.
So money is not the issue right now.
So
No, I was thinking more size as opposed to value. Is it a big project? That's it.
Maybe it's something we never did before, maybe it's something we need to have,
Okay.
So it's a retaining wall, and how about the fence?
Again, and they do include some, again, upgrade the perimeter fencing with, to delineate the park boundaries and shield from neighbors' private space. I think we need we can get I think new fencing would be appropriate. I think it's going to be 4-foot chain link fence, and if people want to, shield their
Provide
property.
more privacy than
They can do that on their own property.
On their own property.
I don't
Yeah.
necessarily
And then we're not
think
in the maintenance of
Yeah,
a 6-foot tall privacy fence. Yep.
yeah.
If there's no further discussion on this presently.
Okay, so we'll move on to Neshoba Brook.
Yep, again, as included and previously discussed, there's an existing crossing on one of the properties under the care and custody of the commission, adjacent to the former red line and on the far back side of the Butterbrook Golf Course. The existing footbridge that was kind of ad hoc constructed is inundated with dammed up water due to a beaver dam, and as such, the I-beams that are supporting the existing quote-unquote bridge and all of the additional timber that's added to it should be replaced. One kind of thought with this, and while I think the construction of the bridge, certainly does fit within some recreation, the Recreation Avenue of the Community Preservation Act, I wonder if the commission would want to expend some of its own funds to have a design prepared by a structural engineer, have all the, have a design, fully fleshed out to go to a future community, request, not say,
So
we
this
want to
time
design.
next year?
Right, so we could say, here's what we want to do, it's designed, it's structurally, as opposed to saying, well, we want to design it, and if we want to design it, we need to go through all these other steps, and it kind of, and again, puts a little bit of.
So you want to design it and just let somebody come and say, okay, as a project,
Right,
we
and
want
get
to
it-
build
and get it-
this,
and get it
and give them the
constructed.
design and say, go for it?
Yes.
Well, no, it just is get the design, go to CPC next December, and then take the money and give it to somebody, and then use that money to have somebody build it for us.
Yes.
We could ask CPC for money for design.
I mean, we could.
You tell them you need it, this is what.
Right, I mean, we could, again,
Yeah.
and the commission, if, we want to do a 50%, if we think it, could cost upwards of $30,000, we ask for 15,
And we'll
the
match.
commission matches 15, then it's there's a give and take to it, if that's something, things we can explore, and I'll try to have that for the December 12th meeting,
No, no.
December 10th meeting.
No, but doesn't that need, doesn't,
You don't have to have exact.
But I want to have what's going to CPA for the commission to review before I file. The deadline for CPA applications is before the commission's first January meeting.
So, but would this be something, the design piece of it, would that be something that you would take to CPC on December 2nd?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
So you would have that says, we're looking to do a design of this bridge. We're looking for CPC to provide this much funding. We will provide we will provide matching funds. Okay. And then we can talk about it on the 10th. Or whatever.
Did you have
Okay.
other items other than that to bring to the CPC?
It's really those ones.
Okay.
You're asking for very little.
The retaining wall is gonna be very.
Yeah, the retaining wall's not gonna be, I mean, I'm
Well, that.
bad
That's
math
big, big.
ballparking it, that's gonna be $200,000,
Okay, okay. potentially.
Again, I have no basis for it, I have no, I'm just, it's going to be a large number.
Okay.
6 digits.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll move on to 8:45 PM. Agenda item is the Stony Brook Conservation Area approach for developing a plan to address ongoing management issues.
I don't know if it comes under this topic or not, but one of the management issues is the facilities manager, maintenance person. You gave me the part 1 of 4 documents that consist of the agreement, so there's 3 more. I sent you an email.
Okay, I saw it and I must have,
Okay. There's three more parts. There was an invitation for bids that's part of the contract, according to that. There's the proposal by the winning bidder, and there's another one. Anyway, I identified them and I took the extract and told you the names.
yeah, I'll follow up with that.
Okay, so, so one of the things is, because that contract has been completed, we now need to go out to RFP.
I want to see the contract first.
Right, yes, but you want to see how we got to where we were.
No, just
No.
the final product, what was on
Right.
contract.
What was on contract for the person who's now finished their contract?
That's the contract I want to see.
Yes, but we also need to be thinking about the RFP because we need to go out and get somebody for 2026 and
The
beyond.
materials that I have been able to find, reading them, there's a lot of things in that contract that we could cut out.
Okay.
If we can reduce the cost of that contract, maybe we can do something with the negotiations with Teamworks so that we balance the two amounts, so that we don't end up paying more to run a camp than we receive in, more to, pay more to do maintenance than we get out of the running the camp. I want those things to balance.
Along with the rec, what we get from rec.
Yep, that's what the master plan wants, is that
Okay.
it says that you should be, all the fees collected for rentals and facilities use and camp sites and all that should balance the cost of work against the cost of maintenance.
Okay, so you need the other 3 documents that
Yep.
make up the suite of,
That would be a reasonable place to start if you're going to put out another invitation for bid.
is
Start with the old one.
Start with the old one.
Add the things that we believe are missing, delete the things that we think are excess work or busy work or useless.
Yes, and we'll probably be talking about that in January. So, okay, so you need those documents from Matt. The other things that came up, in the, so, and that relates to what,
If we want to take, say, Mr. Triana's emails and his concerns about dog leashing, just because he's
Yeah.
here and he's been patient.
Okay.
And he wasn't asleep. If we want to kind of take this out of order.
Sure.
Again, this was included in the commission's meeting packet. And I defer to you, you can.
Yeah, I mean, I can
Yeah.
even just kind of like summarize this too. Dave Triano, 55 Radical. I guess I missed some Powers Road excitement, I'm guessing, in open forum. Anyway, so I've lived in Westford 10 years, about a mile away from East Boston camps. At this point, I'm there like, I don't know, 3 times a week, probably on average, like sometimes more, sometimes less. dogs have always been a problem there, off-leash dogs, that is. It's gotten worse, I think. I have a theory that it's like COVID prompting a bunch of people to just get dogs because, you know, that's what people did during COVID and not really thinking through dog ownership and what all that entails. So I don't know, that's my theory for maybe why it's like an uptick, but I mean, I'm like, every time I'm there, it's like I run into off-leash dogs. Now, more often than not, like, nothing happens. I don't bring my dog there anymore because I want to avoid the mess of this. I witness, however, though, I don't bring my dog anymore, don't want any part of it. That being said, when I'm alone, like, I've been jumped on by dogs. I witness, like, really bad dog-to-dog interactions. Yeah, it's just a problem. I mean, it's a problem on all the conservation lands. Like, I'm also at Grassy and I see this happen, but, like, I know we can't police, like, everywhere, so I'm just kind of like, all right, well, what's the, you know, biggest bang for the buck? And sort of like where I see it being the biggest problem. And I think it's East Boston camps. Like, it's a massive problem.
Massive dog problem.
Yes, off-leash dog problem.
And do you see the owners?
Oh, yeah, so the other thing I would say is that I'll, like, you know, as best as I can, just kind of being like random guy on the grounds, like, I will, you know, politely, as best as I can be polite, like, let people know about the law. 9 times out of 10, I think I even said this in here, 9 times out of 10, people just claim like they're not aware of the leash law. Are they just saying, like, is that true, or are they just saying that because that's a way to kind of be like, all right, let me, like, get away from this guy? I don't know.
Isn't there a townwide DNO?
Yeah,
They
like,
seem to have dog, I mean,
you know.
But
it's not just East Boston camps.
Right. I think East Boston camps is like, there's a cultural thing going on in East Boston camps with off-leash dogs.
Is there signage out there?
There is signage, like there's a small sign like in the little kiosk thing, and then as you like go on the trail, like the one that goes directly up to
Where the
to the
camps
parking
are?
area, like there is a sign there, kind of like high up. You could definitely miss it. Like I think the signage could be a little better.
Because they just do it.
Because they do it.
And there's
Yeah,
nobody-
probably.
there's
The
nobody
signs,
holding
the signs
it
are all
accountable.
visible and all readable.
Yeah.
No
Those
question.
signs,
We need
how many signs do you think are needed?
Um,
Always more than we have.
I think there should be like a sandwich board on the way in, like in the lot.
You mean, right, coming in off a depot?
Yes.
A sandwich board mean,
Like the,
Like
a team,
the
like
adventure
teamwork
camp.
adventure.
Yeah.
we had, all of the signs that are posted on the trees or steel posts are vandalized. You think one that's just sitting on the ground?
Well, I don't know. Well, what happens with the adventure camps one? There's a sandwich board there. I mean, do you think people vandalize because it's
I don't know.
because they're like,
Well,
They do.
this is a, yeah,
I mean, yeah, it's,
I got pictures of them if you want to see them.
of
The
the,
dog ones with all other
yeah.
vandalized signs.
yeah. Well, there's a whole other issue with
Yep.
that kind of behavior and drinking there and out of towners and all that. I can like talk about that too. Like I said, I'm there all
No,
the
we
time.
talk about that plenty, it's not like we're not
definitely
aware.
looking at-
Yeah.
yeah, but it just, yeah, and I think one of the challenges with East Boston camps is it's so remote.
Yes, I
If-
think this is why people feel a sense of being like, I'm in the middle of nowhere, spot, you know, let spot go, and yeah.
So, and actually, with enforcement, is there anybody in town who can legally enforce it other than the police department?
I think including the animal control officer.
And the animal-
I think as it's a rule on the commission's rules and regulations for their properties, I think myself, as an agent of the commission,
So not random, so not members of the commission and not random citizens?
to the best of my
Do you
recollection.
have any idea of the cost of someone?
The fines?
No, hiring somebody
Because
to,
that's a CPC thing too.
so,
It's, we can't use it to hire a staff member. I mean, even like
Even
contract.
as a trial thing?
No.
Okay, I didn't realize.
well,
that.
and actually that gets into the, what we could, so, could we use this SBCA revolving fund to hire somebody, assuming we could hire somebody to patrol the property and they would be authorized to issue citations?
I would have to check, again, I'm looking up the
Okay.
rules and regulations.
And, yeah, I mean, it just,
This is sort of the topic we were on, like 3 years ago, or 2 years ago, when we were talking about hiring high school kids, piggybacking on the recreation department's contract with a couple of high school kids. They were using them to run a snack bar and check IDs for people using town beaches that are in town or out of town. But we'd be using it more for monitoring rule compliance at our beaches and in the bigger properties that have the problems. I wouldn't send high school kids in there.
no.
In terms of,
Not for the problem.
in terms of the rules and regulations for the
It's the
Westford
drinking and stuff,
Conservation,
It's gotta either be the animal control officer or police department.
so
And I think we oughta
for
consider
rules and
using-
regulations on the commission's property, it's the police, town bylaw enforcement officer, which I'm pretty sure is the building commissioner, or commission staff.
Right.
That's,
Right.
so again, if
That's why I
it's
think
commission
we should focus
staff,
on the police aspect of it, because they're trained for dealing with the public in what might end up being somewhat belligerent interactions.
Who pays them?
We're gonna pay for it.
Well, but we,
And we
my
don't need
understanding.
it all the time. We only need it on, pretty much on.
It's the peak.
Get all the
Yeah.
violations if you look at it.
It's when it's nice, yeah.
Look at weekend days where they have beautiful weather in the spring, summer, and fall.
But we
That's-
can't
that's the
use-
timeframe you need it
Yeah, but it's what funds we use to pay them.
for management of the property.
That,
From our
I
revolving
think,
fund.
again, the revolving,
We have 192,000, I think.
You said you can't use.
well, no, we can't use CPA funds to
Not
pay for
CPA.
staff.
CP is a.
I didn't say
Right,
CPA.
so
Yeah.
EBC, so the EBC revolving account, I think
FinCom was looking at it recently. And it was
there's,
something like
you know, there's like
160,000.
maintenance, it's for the maintenance of the property, which again,
That should cover it.
When someone has to
No,
go
but
around
it-
and pick up all the garbage and all the little plastic baggies that the convenient people are just
But
dropped
that's-
on the side of the road.
that's highway, does highway pick up that, like, or DPW pick up when somebody has to go in?
I mean, it's, you know, it ends up going to DPW or, again, the facilities, you know, coordinator.
Picking up the trash. When there's trash left behind, either DPW goes in and picks it up and we don't pay them, or the caretaker picks it up, and it's part of what we pay them. But one of the things that we need to get to the bottom of is, can we use our revolving fund money to pay an officer on a police detail? Because we can't, the only way we can use it to pay the facilities manager is because they are subcontracted, they are not a town employee.
The last few times I've asked about using police detail and using that money for it, I was told, no, it couldn't happen because the police weren't interested in doing the details.
Well, I mean, that's another issue is, you know,
Yes,
we've
that's
asked,
another issue as well.
I previously
This
asked,
is a new one that's popped up.
Because we're talking about funding.
Been talking about funding from that revolving account all along. That's what I think we ought to be using.
Well, is that the town accountant that can tell us whether that could be?
I would ask the finance director and I can get an answer.
Yeah, so we'll get a definitive answer whether the finance director says, yes, whether the revolving fund could be used to pay a police detail. And the other question is, can we get somebody to take the police detail?
How do we know that we couldn't?
Well,
I mean,
yeah, I did the first one, and then just
Yeah.
deal with the first one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the proposal's like an ongoing, you know, like an ongoing detail, like during peak times? Is
I think
that
we do it for like a
kind of-
few weeks. That'll curb the.
I would propose.
This has to continue,
on the-
like
on the hot summer
if we
weekends.
do,
Summer. I
I'm
would
telling you,
do
if we do a detail and then stop, like,
it'll
You have to
just
try
pick
it
back
out,
up.
But you have to try it first. to see
Oh,
where-
I agree,
you know,
I agree,
and then
but
see where we can get the funds from.
I think you
I
do
would-
a few weeks and then see how it's going and then, you know, pick it up again less frequently.
yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know, if it's between like a big chunk of, you know, kind of like going out of detail, with like higher frequency versus like lower frequency details and just spreading them out, like I think the latter would be way more effective.
Well-
Just from a presence point of
But for
view.
the- for the-
But-
Kind of like telling the town, like, we're on this, we are paying attention. Like, you're gonna see the cars here, you're gonna see us here
There's no
for,
question we have to do something.
yeah,
There's
yeah.
no question.
But
But
we
I
have to
think-
get somebody who would actually want to do it, and we haven't been able to get folks out there to do
But the
the,
off-leash dog is also a year-round as opposed to the
Yeah, but
inappropriate use of
yeah.
town beaches is
Right,
more
right,
seasonal.
the leash, off the
The-
leash
the-
has
the
been going
peaks.
on for as long as I can remember, and we've had these discussions over and over again. And it is just one of these, folks choose not to comply. I think there's been plenty of outreach and what have you, and folks still choose to do what they're doing.
Well, if you remember when we had that meeting where we explicitly said, we want the leash law to apply to Stony Brook Conservation Area, we had a public hearing and we had a pretty stacked room of people who said, we don't want to have to put our dogs on leashes.
Sure, they're gonna shoot.
Sure, and they said that, but we said, but in the end, it was like, yeah, you're gonna do it.
Yeah.
Because, you know, and,
Sounds low,
but
right?
there's those who know that we're wanting them to
Yeah.
be on a leash, and they're like, nah, I'm not gonna do it.
I'll take my
Right,
chances.
yeah.
And what do you do about, you know, other than, you
Yeah.
know, putting a detail
I don't
out there,
think the
but-
problem will ever be like fully solved, but
We need to make effort.
there's gotta be something on, and whether it's like signs or detail, I love the idea of like, of a detail.
So do I.
Well,
But I do think that it has to be like an ongoing thing. And I don't also think like it can coincide with like the seasonal aspect, like even if we don't do it over the winter, like, yeah, there's gonna be some like off-leash dogs, but like there's also fewer people and fewer dogs and all that, so like live with it, you know, like definitely gotta compromise.
We have to start somewhere, though.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
we have to
I
get
agree,
the
yeah.
town interested in the fact that we've got this
Right.
incredible piece of property that we
Right.
can't just, you know, let it fall apart
Yeah.
the way we are.
We're not letting it fall
All
apart.
right,
There are
that's-
people
No,
who are
it's-
not
it's a
abiding
hard-
by the
right,
rules.
right.
It's far from letting us follow, you know.
Well, we have to try to actively, don't correct me right away, okay? We have to actively try to save a piece of property that's beautiful, that we have
Yeah.
the ability to do that.
Oh,
If
and
people
we
don't
do.
listen, if people don't listen to us, then we talk to the town manager. What do you want to do? This is your town too. This is your, you know, this is,
Yeah.
we have to take it bigger. We have to do more with it.
Yeah, and I mean, I did, when I talked to animal control, my first question was, am I the only guy? Because if your answer is yes, I won't even bark up this tree, pardon the pun. And she said, absolutely not, and I said, okay, then I'm gonna chase this. Because I know if it's just me, like, whatever, that they're gonna win.
So what's the next step here?
So I know it's not just me, I know there's like a groundswell of this.
one of the things that I had thought is there's a dog licensing.
Yeah.
And if the form said, if there's something on the form where to get a license for your dog, you have to sign acknowledging the leash law, then people can't say, oh, I didn't know that Westford had it.
It probably does.
Does it?
I don't remember that. I don't remember that
I
from my
don't
dog.
think so, but I do like the idea of like that's an annual time to talk to dog owners, they have to read that. I do think that there are, well, I know for a fact, based on chatting with animal control, it's non-Westford people, some non-Westford people as well, can't do anything about that.
Oh, yeah,
but
I mean,
There are Chelmsford people that, you know, come because it's a great property and they come.
Freedom Park, when I worked there last summer, every time, people would come in without estate plates
Yeah.
because they saw it as a dog park.
Right, right.
And so I would just tell them who I was, and I said, leash law, some people would put their dog on, some people would go get in their car and leave, and I had one person who said to me, mind your own business.
Some of my interactions do not go well.
Yep.
And yeah, there are like off-leash dog clubs that periodically will, they go all over the place, and periodically they'll come through Westford and be there, like,
Right. What are we gonna do, what, it's 11:20?
I know.
Yeah, so thank you for listening.
So what's the next step on this?
I think the detail.
I can get
um,
clarification on funding
Yeah.
for police detail. Again, I can certainly put the bug in the, again, there's, additionally, there are, the civilian traffic corps, they're a larger group. Granted, most are former police officers. Again, it's subject to it being filled, but we can certainly put in, kind of the groundwork so that come, May, we're, trying to do something.
Well, and one of the other thoughts is, can we also reach out to animal control in adjacent towns? Has any of the towns around us come up with?
Doesn't Groton have a big area
We
with
have a
dogs
dog
running?
walking area that's for off-leash dogs.
Yeah, they're all
Yeah.
off-leash.
Some towns have dedicated, areas. with-
Yeah, and it would be great if Westford had one of those, but
Yeah.
I was thinking about if any other towns have found effective ways of policing, if they have leash laws, effective way of policing them.
Yeah.
And Matt, can you find out the licensing thing?
Yep.
If nothing else, if you don't change that, just give them an additional thing to sign, right? Like-
Well, if to get their license, they have to sign somewhere on this form that they've read.
First fine is $300, second fine is whatever,
I mean, I think their fine should be way more aggressive. It's like 50, 100, blah, 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 blah. Like, I think it should be, get rid of the middle steps.
Well,
If someone gets the initial warning or whatever and they do it again, that's like,
but the other piece of it is, are those fines assessed by people in town? Or is that, at that point, the case has gone into the court system and we've lost complete control?
No, these wouldn't go to.
We at least would know if there was any kind of enforcement actions going on in town. We don't
Yeah.
collect the fines, that's done through the courts, the
Okay.
clerk of the local district court, I think.
You have to issue the tickets.
Okay.
But right now, the section of the Mass General Law that talks about that is the wrong section on all of our signage.
It's gotten changed.
When
I don't know.
was
I
was there last Sunday.
I got a photo on Monday of the new signs up.
Monday, maybe?
Yeah.
Sunday they weren't. I was there.
I mean, animal,
Monday morning it got changed.
Well, it wasn't Sunday.
animal control did say that
What?
that the initial, whether it's just a warning or that initial, like, I think $50 fine, she said that in her experience is like super effective. Like one time, and, she doesn't see
Who put that
repeat.
on? The town themselves?
Sorry,
Where
say
did
that
that
again?
occur from? The town itself?
Like, where did I hear that?
No,
Or-
Who's doing that?
That was animal control, who's
Okay.
doing the enforcement and reporting to me her experience of.
So she.
Because
she
I
has the
started,
authority.
yeah, I basically suggested to like, hey, these fine, they should get,
They're so overworked.
they should hurt sooner. And she was like, yeah, I hear you, but like honestly, in practice, like, it's kind of a one and done.
We really, we don't even get any enforcement really with all the trash and the drinking and the fires and that
Yeah,
kind of
it's a
stuff.
whole different.
Yeah.
For 2 years, we went through every single police blotter entry for East Boston camps. And we had plenty of problems, plenty of issues.
Yeah.
Lots of people calling. I was calling, for other friends of mine, the friends of the property were calling. And there was only confirmation of one ticket being issued
Yeah.
in like 2 years.
Yeah,
What happened, who knows?
Yeah.
One.
right.
I've got plenty of situations where the police were informed, they even show up, tell the violators, stop it, and then they leave. And that's it.
Yeah.
Has anybody had
It
any?
doesn't really do anything.
Anybody had any conversation with, the town manager? I mean, we own this valuable piece of property, and we don't take care of it.
I mean, we can certainly
She's aware, I mean, she's copied on almost all of these emails, you know,
Understood, but
so
maybe
like, I mean, I don't
Is that
know.
big enough that maybe we bring it there and say, hey, this is like
monthly report
like
that came
custodian
out.
for a building? What?
She wrote an entry in her, the monthly report that she issues for the town every week, every month. There was one section in there where she was talking about the town getting a grant for buying, I think, 4 police bicycles. And one of the specific reasons in this article that she wrote was to have them survey or monitor the East Boston camp property.
Really?
Yes.
Was this recent?
Yes.
Oh, so that's a plus.
I don't know if that's gonna really work. The problem with just using regular police officers on duty is that they have to pedal in there or get off the
Out of the cruiser.
out of the cruisers and walk to the beaches and check them all.
Yeah.
And if they do that, they're 10 minutes away from their cruiser, and you get an emergency call in town.
Yeah.
What are they gonna do?
Well, and that's just the day beach. If you want them to
Worse for
also do
father.
the girls
Yes,
and the
yes, I
boys
do.
beach,
Yes, I do.
it's,
And those are farther away.
yeah.
So that,
Yeah.
using a bike attached to the cruiser isn't gonna do it, using a cruiser isn't gonna do it.
Right.
That's why we need a detail, somebody permanently assigned, not permanently, but someone assigned,
job.
that's his job, that's his duty.
Right. For that, whatever, 2 hours.
That weekend or whatever.
Motorcycle cops.
Yeah.
Motorcycle cops.
No motorized, well,
Yeah.
except yeah, but anyway, let's not, okay, so you know what, it's
All right,
getting
it's
late.
been- yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Okay, Summer Village Conservation Restriction Discussion.
I received a proposal from the attorneys retained by Summer Village to proceed with amending the existing conservation restriction. I sent it to town council for review. Town council did not find that the process outlined was appropriate. I will be following back with them. So again, I mean, is it a thing that probably could have happened potentially, but town council said this isn't how it should be done. So I'm going to try to put it on the 2 attorneys to figure this out.
That sounds like a good idea.
Included in no questions, moving along. The commission's, included in the meeting packet was the proposed 2026 dates and deadlines for the commission as noted. November has a meeting on exactly 365 days from today on a Thursday. And then the December meeting, the first Wednesday, or is proposed the first Wednesday, and then the 4th Wednesday if needed. Again, hopefully we can, our office can do our best to not have that meeting if we can.
Looks good.
Can I have a motion to approve the dates?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Last on the agenda is the certificate of compliance. No action had been provided to our office. There's kind of just, I do not have much for most of these discussion action items. Again, they're kind of just ongoing things. Included, one thing of note was the CSX Railway right-of-way. I did include the USPS tracking for the enforcement orders to the contractor and the CSX railroad, that it was delivered. I will be following up with DEP's enforcement arm to see what.
I don't know what the next step is.
Right, that's, again, talk with DEP, because again, if they're not complying with our enforcement order, what do we do? And go about it that way. And again, there's a lot of other things with which,
Well, I think you had also said that one of the enforcement orders, the person it was addressed, or the entity it was addressed to never picked it up.
right, and that was the environmental consultant. So again, what are the next steps for, kind of this situation? And again, kind of tackle it that way, getting DEP's input. I don't have anything else presently.
Well, with the chimney stuff.
The Center for Conservation and Neshoba Lodge chimney, I did get a prevailing wage schedule, did provide, or did have a conversation with the potential contractor who
understood that it would be subject to prevailing wage and was still interested. So I need to just confirm or revisit to make sure that the proposal as provided is sufficient for on their end. But hopefully, if they're okay with it, I can take it to the select board at an upcoming meeting to get a purchase order and proceed with the chimney repair, most likely sometime in the spring.
We have an estimate that we're gonna go by?
I think the last one was 15. Again, that was not including prevailing wage. I think he was generally okay with
We
it.
know what that is, then we know how much extra we have left from their donation. And
Right.
remember, the next thing they wanted was the removal of some of the
The girls' cabins, yeah,
Correct.
and
So
that's,
we can pick the worst one, which might be the lodge over there,
mhm.
and see if we can get that taken down by
What's-
somebody.
yeah, what's the process for that? Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
And also just one item I guess with respect to tree management and removal, a resident reached out to me today about a split pine leader. So when a pine branches has two main stems, one of them had broken and was hung up vertically in another pine tree, overhanging the parking area, one of the main parking areas. So I've requested DPW to, in the short term, block it off and cone it off, just so that it's not, in the event we have nobody's directly there. I'll be finding a contractor to do that removal, again, because that's a dangerous situation. And at the same time, there's a whole bunch of dead pine branches in it's the first parking area on the right as you leave the tracks, that could use some pruning. Again, it's all just dead pine branches that more often than not just fall. So something targeted, limited in scope, and we'll be sending it to the Westford Land Preservation Foundation for their make sure that it's consistent with the CR. Again, we need to manage the property. Again, there are things of concern out there that.
Was it Brian Gendron you ran into, the citizen? No, he's one of the police officers. I think he ran into June McMorrow, who was down in camps, as she always is every week. And there was I guess a big branch that he was concerned about. That he said he's going to have to get somebody in there to take it out.
Okay, yeah, I'll reach out to. He's an officer in town.
Yeah.
I'll reach out
Brian-
just to.
Brian Gendron.
I'll ask him just again, because who knows? Maybe it's the same one.
Might be. That's when you mentioned, the tree that you just brought up. That triggered in my mind that I remember June talking.
I'll reach out and see if make sure that there's nothing, that there's not something else to need as addressing.
But we just had a pretty bad windstorm, was it Monday, Tuesday, this week? And that's the time that the big branches come down.
Right, and that's the thing, but if we're aware of it, we should, act on, again, depending upon risk and, occupancy of the target area. That's what the evaluation is. There were no minutes in the commission's meeting packet. I did not review.
Okay. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.